The game is on Lupus Arcanus.
Nope, that's a Google Doc. That's the wrong button.
Oh, you have hotkeys.
It should be the first one.
I know, I fat fingered the wrong one.
We're all level 4 now. We're less likely to die immediately.
Although, we have been very good at taking very minimal damage.
Oh yeah, we've been very lucky. Like, I fully believe that if you hadn't put up that silence, that Warlock of the Archfey would have fucked us up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like I've run
sure.
one of those against a party before. They are brutal. They got some powerful spells.
I was debating between that and hold person, because I was like, well, maybe if they have to use their hands to cast spells, they're not going to be able to use their hands if I hold them, and then they can't move out of it. But then I was like, but what if they have spells they don't need their hands for, and they can just say them? So I was worried about that. So I chose silence, and it only worked for like one turn, but we did it.
Yeah. So, as far as I'm aware on hold person, it's it stops you from moving and speaking because you can't do anything?
Oh, I thought it only stopped you from moving.
I'd have to look at it again. But, like, the downside is... Oh, sorry.
What do you mean?
No, you said words as they started talking.
Oh, I said I was gonna have to... I would have to look at it too, as well.
Yeah. But, the problem with hold person is you get a save every turn.
Oh.
And silence, there's no save. It
That hold person is only one person, and there were 3 guys, so I was like,
True.
chances.
Like, I guess if you cast hold person at higher levels, it can lock on to more people, but we can't cast second level spells anyway. So
I have second level, but that's as high as I get.
Oh right, you just got second level. I forget sometimes.
No, silence and hold person are second level spells, so.
Gotcha.
I had them last level too.
Gotcha. Sorry,
but I only get like 1, maybe 2 of them, and I think I had already used one of them before to like start the day.
Oh right, you did A, which also kind of saved her bacon because instead of going like below our maxes, it just took off that little bit at the top.
Yeah.
I was gonna say something. Oh, I forgot that clerics and most full casters get second level spells at 3rd level.
Yeah.
It's been a hot second since I played a full caster.
It really confused me for a moment when I was trying to learn how that worked, because I was like, wait, I get second level, but I can't actually use second level until I'm 3rd level, and I was like, I don't understand.
Oh, yeah,
I'm so used to games being like, you're level 2, now you have second level spells.
Yeah.
And I was like,
How does that work? I thought it was level 2. Level 2. Level 2. Oh. That doesn't mean shit. I just have more hit points. And maybe an extra skill. AKA, I won't die as quick as level 1.
Yeah.
That's
I did
why
like having the extra cantrip of being a grave cleric though, like that one that you don't have to touch people to use it, and it's a free cantrip, so it doesn't take up one of your spots.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That is such a powerful version of that,
right?
Like it might not pick people back up and put them into consciousness, but it does stop people from dying.
Yeah,
which is super nice. Doesn't it also turn it into a bonus action?
I'd have to
something
look.
else.
I think it is. It is a bonus action, yeah.
Oh, that is so good.
Yeah, it's a bonus action.
Oh, I love that.
It's like a complete free anything for me, because it's a free cantrip, it doesn't take a spot, it's a bonus action, and I have like no other bonus actions, so...
Yep, you're unconscious and I want to do a damage dealing spell this turn, you're not dying anymore!
Yeah, right? I do kind of wish I had more bonus actions. Because every turn I'm like, I did my one thing, we're done now.
Yeah, you don't start doing that until later.
Yeah.
Of course, with a caster, I think rules is written is you can cast one leveled spell and a cantrip per turn if one of the spells is an action and the other is a bonus action.
It has to be a bonus
That was my
action.
understanding, yeah.
Yeah.
The cantrip has to be a bonus action, or the spell has to be a bonus action. The cantrip, as long as it's an action and the spell bonus action, it's fine. But there's other skills you get as a caster that do help with that. At higher levels, from what I remember reading. What was the one? I can't remember right now, but there are ones that will help. At least, so you can cast more than one thing in one round.
I don't remember what it is for clerics or if they have one, but I know what is it? Sorcerers get one for sure.
Clerics should get one. It's just a matter of
I think
there's
casters might just be limited to that skill, just that particular thing.
Yeah, because I don't remember seeing anything in clerics about having a skill that lets you do more.
I think you might be confusing some of the meta magic stuff for sorcerer, like twin casting.
No, it's you can only cast like a level 2. It's like way higher level. Maybe it's a.
That's probably a wizard thing.
Nope.
Because wizards get weird stuff. I've played clerics before, and I don't remember getting access to anything like that.
It's a high level.
I've played high-level clerics.
Maybe it's a home rule for Critical Role that I'm thinking of.
Maybe. Because what you are saying is not ringing any bells. And I own all of the books.
Paladin. If I remember correctly, it's just in the player's handbook, so it's not like a cleric.
Oh, and I looked it up, and hold person does stop you from speaking. So you were right about that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe it's a life.
I think life clerics just get fantastic healing. Because I remember that, because I've played specifically a life cleric before, and they got heals for days. I know warlocks get a lot of invocations that let them just cast what would normally be leveled spells for free.
Yeah, so...
And wizards also get stuff that would normally have them cast certain lower level...
Well, wizards also have a huge amount of spells available during the whole day.
Oh yeah, they have like the...
Sorcerers are extremely powerful, but they have a limited amount of spells per day. And then...
Well, it's not that the spells per day, because I think you might be confusing like 4th edition. Wizards have a lot more variety in the types of spells they can choose.
Yeah.
And they can, because they do the prepared style once they've learned a spell, they can switch out their spells more frequently. Sorcerers, they can... Yeah, they know the spell, and they don't have to worry about preparing anything, and all the spells on their spell list they can cast at any time, but those are the only spells they can cast. They can't switch them out for anything more versatile, except when they level up.
I'll have to look at it later.
And even then, I think rules is written, you can only switch out one spell.
Ubat appeared. Yeah.
This I know because I played a sorcerer for 2.5 years.
Before we get started, I'm just trying to see if it's a critical role.
So there is a feat quicken spell, and that was the only thing I found people suggesting for clerics to have, you know, multiple spells and things like that. But apparently, it adds like 4 extra levels to whatever spell you were going to use in order for you to be able to use the quicken ability.
I know quicken spell is a sorcerer meta magic feature, and then they added a feat that lets people use the meta magic features.
Yeah,
that
that's what it was. It's a feat.
It is a
It
math.
doesn't increase the.
It's a math
spell
house
level.
rule.
Yeah.
House rules.
So Matt's house rule for spells is if you cast a spell of higher level than 2 as your action, you can only cast up to a 2nd level spell as a bonus action. So that means like
Okay, so when we get higher, if I cast something level 3 or higher, then I could also cast something 2 or lower as a bonus, according to that rule.
yeah, and I it doesn't say. Let's see here. Raw, only one non-cantrip spell is allowed on your turn. Oh, okay. So it says like because in Raw you can only cast 1 spell per turn. As long as if they're non-cantrips. So if they're non-cantrips, 1 spell per turn, and then if it's a bonus action for the cantrip, like you were saying earlier, you can cast.
It's one. Sorry, going.
One spell and 1 cantrip.
Yeah.
Leveled spell and 1 cantrip.
But
As
Matt allows you to do the like.
Yeah, because right now, even if I cast a leveled spell, I can't cast a cantrip because none of them are bonus actions. Everything is an action.
Basically, he just changes it so you can only do like it makes it a little bit more difficult for you. So like if you cast a dispel cantrip, you're only allowed to pretty much you can't really attack and then heal at the same round without it being because then it would be like really powerful and you would. But it's okay. We can go with Raw. It's not a big deal. That's I was reading it wrong, so. That's a me. I'm still newer. I'm newer to 5th edition, which is why I go back to Corey and Alex on a lot of the rules and stuff. So.
Well, I have literally never played this game before in my life, so you can make up all the rules you want, and I wouldn't know the difference.
I don't want to make up the rules. I want to. This is not. What's the name of that show?
There's lineups anyway.
Yeah.
Where the rules are made up, the points don't matter.
All right.
I'm Wayne Brady, bitch.
So.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, are we ready to roll some dice?
I think so. Let's see.
Let's get to it.
Is everyone set up correctly-ish? Yes. Ish is right. That'll
think
work.
so.
I was just trying to make sure that everyone is in their right spots on the screen. John is
I thought
in front of his frame.
I don't see anything on the screen except for my map.
No, on the
Just
stream
talking about
screen.
Twitch.
Oh, okay. Oh, gotcha.
I thought that the Pokemon community game was in person for a second.
Nope, it's just a Pokemon community game bot to interact with the viewers so they can catch Pokemon if they wanted to.
For real, first time I saw that, I thought it was a person too.
whatever. We'll just leave it as is for right now. Anyways, as you guys left off last session, you guys had, oh, brain. Where did you lose the words at? You guys investigated the missing woodworkers from the town who had been kidnapped by local-ish cultists who were worshipping a deity to them, but more of like a warlike patron to others. Someone archfey or fey in nature that you believed was the mother or one of the mothers of Angar. Angar, after you guys encountered the head of the cult and disposed of him, Angar felt a pull into the Feywild and ended up seeking to hunt down one of his mothers so he could retrieve one of his limbs. And also, to get special spices and everything else to be learn more about cooking. He is hoping to be back at some point, and you guys are hoping that he will be back at some point. But alas, you guys then took everything back to the town here and returned the missing rangers who had also been sent out to look for the missing woodworkers. The missing woodworkers, unfortunately, were all either killed or sacrificed because they've been missing for about a fortnight at that point. And the missing rangers thanked you, and the town council ended up giving you guys a gratuitous reward for the return of the rangers, as well as finding out and disposing of the problems that they had. From there, you guys remember that you guys said that you would meet, what's his name? Why is my brain not working? Sal, in the next town that you got from the group of Wolfies, who had met you out on the outskirts of this town, coming up to it. The town of Farnfoss. Farnfoss is on the other side of the continent. It's on the same continent, but on the other side. You guys are currently on the western side of the continent, and will be flying via airship ferry to the eastern side of the continent. On the other side of the mountains and over the Great Lakes of the continent, and yeah. You guys ended up going to bed in the town of Redbridge, and then woke up in the morning, and the day is yours now.
Alright. Did we sleep all through yesterday afternoon and the night? Oh,
Well, to be fair, we did kind of push it a bit longer than we should have staying up.
that's fair. How are you hanging in there, Eek? My little body's got a hangover.
Lights! Turn them off!
Oh,
That's how you know we did it right.
let's get some water and some breakfast and be on our way.
Greasy breakfast?
Oh, the greasiest breakfast.
Chamber pot! Chamber pot!
You know where it is?
Which one is it?
There's only one in the room!
He goes over to the dresser and goes, "Blah!"
That's not a Eek, we talked about this!
I am not cleaning that up.
We'll just close that drawer and leave it for the maid. We'll just leave it extra gold on the bed or something.
We'll never speak of this.
That's what I was using this whole time to go poop in.
Again, we will never speak of this.
Hence why it smells in here. I thought it was just you.
Oh, goodness.
Noted. On that note, I'm going to leave this stink-ass room.
Yeah,
Right.
what do you say we go get a table for
Just
breakfast?
like question, is there chamber pots or do we have indoor plumbing?
There's no indoor plumbing. There are chamber pots.
Oh, that's sad. If we get like a fort or a keep somewhere, we need indoor plumbing. I am not a savage.
And we also need to house train Eek.
Okay, Eek, I'm gonna teach you what a chamber pot is later.
Oh, I did learn that goblins live up to 60 years old, as long as orcs do, pretty much.
I don't think the ages matter so much anymore with the new book.
No, but
I think
Yeah.
they were originally 40, but they're whatever you say they live because it's your world.
yeah, it is my world, but I'll say 60, which sounds about right for a small creature who is used to warring. They might live longer now. But anyways,
Eek's going to be like 100 because he's rich. He's going to be able to afford transplants and
he's going to be able to
medical
afford,
and-
like, yeah, medical. Privatized medical, you know.
he may
So
become a
that's
duke someday.
They'll be able to cast Raise Dead on him every time he kicks the bucket.
Just let me die. Alright. As you guys go down the stairs, you guys remember that there is no eatery inside the inn here. It's actually the next building over at the ale house.
Well, let's go
Cool.
get some eggs and bacon.
Because, you know, they love us there.
Yeah, I wonder if we're allowed back after last night.
We didn't destroy the place. We
No,
were
but
just
you
kind of
also
loud.
You just didn't hear you and Eek playing instruments.
They were great!
Eek did a
I mean-
fantastic job for the first time ever touching an accordion.
You were absolutely fantastic.
As you guys walk into the ale house, the barkeep kind of stares you down. It looks like they're hungover, but not actually hungover because they didn't have anything to drink the night before. They just look like they've had a rough night, or
Well,
rather, rough yesterday.
We did come in, get drunk, like wildly drunk in the middle of the day, and then left.
Yeah. With Eek passed out as like a cat on the floor. Excuse me. So as you guys walk in, the barkeep is, "What you want?"
Oh, just breakfast.
Yeah, you look like you could use some breakfast. Alright,
That felt like an insult.
that will be 3 silvers each.
Ugh.
I'm gonna whisper to Gorthon, hey, I think he called you fat. I think that's what they meant by that.
How dare. A little thing falls in the corner of the screen. Gorthon will remember this.
So, they serve you up each plates each, or each plates each. You each a plate of eggs, bacon, and then some fish. You recognize this fish as some of the flying void fish that you've seen it from other places. Like it gets imported from other cities from around here.
Well, it's a good thing the voidfish industry didn't go up in flames.
There's other fishing villages, as you know. You guys get your stomach full. There's a little bit of kind of music starting in the corner. Just tranquil morning music versus whatever you guys were playing the day before.
Do we even classify that technically?
I affectionately
It will
refer
never not
to
be
it
funny.
as Goblin Jazz.
We
And it
played
was a
good
terrible
yesterday.
Yes, it was. You did a great job, Ike. You keep that up, and you'll be a superstar in no time.
Yeah. And then he goes to like chowing down with his hands. You still been trying to teach him how to eat with a knife and a fork and a spoon. But he just kind of grabs the egg and just.
But it's so
And, like,
much
passes
easier
out.
if you use like a. How? Why does he keep passing out?
He's still hungover and probably drunk.
He's probably still drunk. He probably hasn't technically.
Yeah, how does he still have that much alcohol in his system? It's been more than 24 hours.
No, it's been less than 24 hours, but he is.
Yeah, it's
He's
been a
very
while.
light.
Yeah, but like you'd think it would have metabolized or passed by now. Anyway, it'd be so much easier to eat the eggs with like a fork or a spoon. It's lessons for later. Lessons for later.
So, as you guys get done with dinner, the music keeps playing the place. It's about 8:30 a.m. at this point. The ferries run pretty much all day, and they start out about dawn, kind of to and from wherever they're going. Yeah, whatever you guys want to do at this point.
Sure, right. And is there anything you guys want to do in town before we head to this ferry?
No, I think I'm
I'm good.
We explored it before we ventured off, so.
Right. I think. Yeah, I think we're ready. Let's go.
All right.
Okay.
As you guys walk towards the ships, or rather the bridges, which is where the city gets its name from, the red brick that lines the walls of the bridges. You guys look over to your left, and you see the airships up in the air, around a large tower, and as you guys walk up to it. All right, over here for tickets. Over here, get right here about 3 gold each. But you guys also remembered a certain thing.
We get to
Yeah,
ride
they said
free.
they'd cover our
Free tickets.
expenses.
So
We already grabbed the free tickets, right? Somebody has them.
Yeah, I
they
got
didn't
them.
actually give them. They give you guys a letter.
Oh, the letter.
Well,
okay.
I got the letter. It's not exactly tickets, but it's, you know.
I didn't
It's
say it
good
last
as.
session, so I didn't say it last session, but it's a letter, just like saying that you guys have been prepaid to be able to go wherever you guys need to go.
Cool.
As you guys climb the stairs, after handing over the letter, he goes, all right, up this way, second floor, third window. As you guys go up,
Well.
and you realize that the second floor is a little bit higher than you thought it would be. Keep
Ooh,
climbing,
we bougie.
keep climbing, keep climbing. And then finally, the second floor is right there. As you walk out into the airship, you realize that this is a pretty nice airship for, like, nicer than the ones you saw at the previous town, which were made for fishing. This is definitely made for carrying usually rich people from one city to another, or shipping things from one city to another. It's pretty swank. All right, you got your stubs all right here, right? Oh, yeah, you three, come on in. Actually, four, right? You got.
Yeah,
little-
we got a little
Well-
one with us. Eek is probably asleep on Gorthon's shoulder at this point.
Yeah.
She's all tuckered out.
So they just kind of almost herd you onto the boat. Kind of like if you've ever flown Southwest Airlines, where you just kind of get pushed into wherever you needed to go. But because it's made for higher class people, still a bit nicer once you get onto it. You guys see that there are the captain is kind of welcoming everyone on there. Just a blue coat on them, and then the rest of the crew is getting ready to push off. And yeah, all right, about 30 minutes till we get ready, push off. Are you guys ready? Go get comfortable, and we'll get you to where you need to be.
Will there be snacks?
The galley's downstairs. We have about a like a 4 hour no, it's a 6 hour flight.
Okay.
So
6 hours for across the continent, that's not bad.
someone's phone is going off over there.
It's okay, don't worry about it.
Oh no! Oh, what's that magic sound?
Witchcraft.
It's okay, Ick, just go back to sleep.
As you guys get on, you guys kind of find a place to sit down and kind of relax for a little bit. There's a couple benches up on the deck of the airship. However, most of the sitting and stuff is down below decks. There's the galley down below where they sell some food and alcohol, of course, because, again, tailored towards the richer folk that pretty much are used to traveling in very nice style. So, as you guys push off, you guys feel a weird sensation underneath you. It's almost like, not weightless, not like being on a ship that's on the water, but like, there's something like pulling you up, but it feels lighter and you feel lighter. You realize that you guys are starting to take off from the tower. As you guys start traveling east, you guys see forests and mountains and rivers, and you guys can actually see over the horizon to like the cutoffs for the continents and everything, and you can see the where they just drop off. The void down below, and the oceans that used to be there essentially are now just filled with clouds and gases.
I know the world broke thousands of years ago. What do you think happened to all the fish that was in those oceans that was supposedly there?
I mean, technically, there's void fish now, so they couldn't have all died because, void fish wasn't just born a new species, so the other species would have had to mutate in some way.
But did they fall into the void and become void fish, or did they die and then void fish from another dimension connected to the void?
Did the void fish get isekai'd into our dimension? It's the worst isekai ever, so I got reincarnated as a void fish.
Oof.
All I know is I'm glad we didn't try to fly that ship ourselves. We would have ended up as void fish.
Oh boy, that seems brutal.
I mean, technically we tried. We just weren't very good at it.
I'm still not convinced we did anything, and it just started moving.
I mean, moving's half the battle.
That's fair. This is swanky, you know?
Zeke is officially the bougiest goblin ever.
That's right. Too bad he's so tuckered out he can't enjoy it.
As you say that, Eek kind of lifts his head and his eyes widen a little bit, kind of gets excited, and then he goes,
Hey, buddy.
And then he finds the nearest bucket, because he remembers you saying bucket, and then he goes,
Oh,
You know, that's an improvement.
I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, he didn't puke on anybody, but I mean, he puked in a dresser last time.
And like I said, he's puked in a bucket this time. It's an improvement.
But there's
Small steps.
currently no dresser present, so I don't know if he actually learned anything.
That's mostly what buckets are for.
At least he didn't puke on the floor, I
Bing bong.
guess.
As you guys get ready, and you guys are starting to look over the horizon a little bit more, you guys see just vast expanses of actually where you guys came from, and then also the rest of the continent, which I would say, Gorthon, you've probably been on an airship before, noting your history, but you other two have not. While it's kind of a new sensation for both of you, you guys kind of get used to it because you guys have both been on an actual ship before on water. There's the Great Lakes that actually divide the continent almost into two sections. The Great Lakes come up to you, and it takes hours to cross them. You guys see void fish flying in the air. You guys see other animals which are a little bit higher up than you. You can't quite make out what they are. And you would assume maybe some larger void fish or something along those lines. Hopefully. But other than that, the trip is quiet.
Wonder if we'll see any sky whales.
You haven't had this quiet in a long time.
That's nice.
It's kind of relaxing.
Gorthon will find a big comfy chair and just kind of sink into it.
I'm uncomfortable with the silence. I'm gonna try to play pranks on people.
You're gonna try to what? Say that again?
Play pranks!
Okay.
Just don't sink the ship, okay?
I was thinking more like trying to put Eek into the baggage area while he was asleep. Or quietly yelling, "We're crashing!"
No,
While he's asleep.
So mean.
There are other passengers on the ship. And mostly nobles, from what you can see. Other people, like I said, money. But they seem to have... they're just kind of staying in their own business. Kind of, one's got his leg up on the desk over here and just reading a newspaper. And then you got other people just kind of sitting around and drinking their morning coffee because it's still the morning. Just enjoying life.
Newspapers, current events.
So, as you guys cross the Great Lakes, you actually see large animals within the water there. As they come across, it looks like stuff that was probably within the oceans before the oceans fell into the void. It's kind of different, and it's very kind of eye-opening and world-opening for each of you who may have not, or what's the word I'm looking for? May have not seen the world at this expanse before. It's not really the word I'm looking for, but that gets the point across, I think.
Getting a bird's eye view of it all. Not too many
Yep.
opportunities to see the world, I guess.
Then just over the Great Lakes, you guys come across a mountain range. This mountain range is huge. Had to have been formed by, as you would probably put together in the real world, plate tectonics at some point. But there's not really much plate tectonics anymore in a world that has no plates connecting everything all together. So this mountain range is ancient. This mountain range is older than the continents being separated. They're snow-capped, they're tall, and you're going straight over them. As you guys come back down, you guys see a vast expanse of forest, and then the shoreline. And it's been hours, about 5 hours now. You guys come into Farnfoss. As you guys go over the vast expanse of the forest, you guys go over trees, and you're starting to get closer to the trees. Closer and closer. And finally, there's what looks like a large tree that you're about to fly into. You're getting closer and closer and even closer.
Oof.
And
I don't know how this all works, but it looks like we're gonna crash the race.
as you realize, as you get closer, that's not a tree. That's a carved out, hollow trunk of a tree that's been turned into an airship dock.
That's some druid shit right there.
Can I yell we're crashing now?
Well, elf shit.
Wait,
I
Kiko.
should say.
He'll never know.
As you yell, "We're crashing!" Eek goes, and then runs
Eek,
around in
Eek, we're
circles.
fine. We're fine. We're not crashing. It's a air dock.
Can you make a
Good.
persuasion check with him, please?
I am very persuasive.
You are very persuasive. You can roll it with advantage too. Just kind of,
That'll be a 15. Should I roll anything for Eek to counter that?
No. He trusts you enough at this point to be able to go, oh, okay. If he says it's okay that we're not crashing, I think I will believe him. So, as you guys get closer, you guys see different shaped ships, stuff that you haven't really seen before. You can kind of tell that this town isn't most of the towns that you've seen before. While Gorthon, since you have a history with elves, you instantly recognize this town as being mostly elvish ran.
Oh yeah, this is super healthy. They love trees. Especially like this. They're very fond of the woodland architecture. Elvish culture.
You don't say.
Hey.
And as you guys get to the docks, things are still calm. Again, a calm that you guys haven't felt in weeks.
Are we supposed to be seeing something right now? Because all I see is darkness.
Yeah.
You guys can't see this? Okay.
Nope. Just dark.
That's fun. Oh, hold on.
There's a combat encounter! Get ready, there's a dragon!
Big dark.
I just realized that I was zoomed like the whole way into a small square.
So was I. I kept zooming out, and I was like, dang, this thing is big.
Did that work?
Nope.
Cool.
Still only darkness.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
I mean, I know we said silent and calm, but
Vision limitations, right?
Black Void is a little.
Joke, while we were asleep, somehow we all went blind and deaf. That's why it's quiet and calm.
It's retribution for being a prankster to Eek.
Did that help at all? I know I'm not selecting. There's
I still only see darkness, but I can. Oh, there it is!
Hey!
It took a second.
Voila! In there like
Nice.
swimwear.
Elves everywhere. Yay.
I was gonna say it's your people.
I know it's my people.
So,
It's been a while since
Are we
I've been
supposed
to an
to be
open
on the
city.
map?
This should be nice.
what'd you say, John?
Are we supposed to be on the map?
No, it's just another city map, so it's like...
Okay.
As you guys get down the ferry, the inside of the tree is carved out completely. It's just like the interior of like stairs and just all the way down and down and down and down. You're probably on the 5th level of this one, but you can tell that this tree was not made by natural means. It was definitely some type of druid craft that feels very alien to you all. Even you. What's your character's name right now?
Me?
Who are you asking?
Lithri.
Oh,
Sorry. I
Yeah.
normally have like the character names up on the screen, but I forgot to pull them up this time.
I forget them all the time.
So I'm like, brain, you're not working today.
Mhm.
Okay. So, the town is open. You guys said you guys were going to meet Sal. That was one of the things you guys were going to do. It's definitely a different... different feeling. You guys aren't met by any wolfiends. You don't see any wolfiends around. Well, not that you've noticed. Because, you know, wolfiends like to hide. They disguise themselves, so you, at first glance, you probably would not notice them. But as far as this goes, this doesn't seem too far out of the ordinary to you. Other than just being an elven alien city almost.
It's been a while since I went to an elven city. Not since I was little. Yeah. Let's walk about. Let's see the sights. See if we can track down our good friend Sal.
Okay.
How are you guys gonna look for Sal?
We're gonna start in the last place we found him, the tavern. There is
The last what said that the tavern?
yeah, that's where we met. That's where we found him last time. What are the chances he's in the same spot?
All right. So this tavern is different than the last one, the last city. This tavern is actually attached to the inn this time. So, as you guys walk into the tavern, of course, there's the same lovely friend that you met in Dragon's Head.
Hey, Sal.
Hey, wait, hey, how's it going?
Oh, it's alright. As you see, we made it here safely. How was your trip?
It was good. It was surprisingly calm.
Yeah, those luxury airship rides, they are something else, let me tell you.
I've only traveled that way a few times. I've been on the other fishing ships before, but I've never actually flown them. But this was nice. It was definitely different. Definitely a calmer mode of traveling from than running away from people.
That's fair. That's real fair.
And
Ugh.
I'm just glad to see a village that's not on fire. Even though I guess the last village wasn't on fire either, but it felt like it was on fire.
It turns out there was a weird fairy cult, but we took care of it.
Oh, well, that's good. It's not something that I would have expected there, but, yeah. I have yet to see another wolfine here. Although I probably should not be talking about that out loud.
We're not in a human kingdom.
But you never know.
Guys.
Well, didn't you come here with those guys, or weren't you sent here by those guys?
Yeah, but no one's approached me quite yet. I've kind of kept on my on the down low. Is that how you would say that?
Sounds about right. I'm not super familiar with all of the human terms of phrases, but that sounds right.
Yeah, do you guys want to take a look around? I looked around a little bit yesterday, but
I'd love to. Sounds like it'd be fun.
alright, let's see here. There's
Now, I have a question.
Aye.
For the DM.
Okay.
Are tea houses a thing in Elvish society? Because I feel like it would be a thing.
Yes and no. I would say that more in the full elven towns that are completely withdrawn from society, or everyday society, yes. But these that feel like they've kind of been away from other society, that it's been kind of mixed in with everything else, they've kind of not necessarily lost that, but they do the tea ceremonies and the tea within their own premises. Like,
I was thinking, like, oh, maybe we can go to a tea house and get some of the local specialties, or like a cafe type deal.
Go ahead and roll
but if that's not a thing, that's fine.
Well, no, go ahead and roll like a an investigation, or investigation check for this, just to kind of think. You rolled really well.
Yes, I did.
I don't mean to add anything to that because it was 18.
It's a flat 18 because I have no intelligence modifier.
So
I am average intelligence.
With your understanding of elven culture, a lot of the times they get you remember a little bit that there is usually a place that would sell teas here, but may not serve it. And after asking a little bit, you can kind of get like, oh, well, the botanist down the street, he has some.
Oh, we can get a nice big old tea cake. It's also got caffeine, so if we get sick of coffee, we have an alternative. Yeah. Damn, now I want to buy a big old, one of those big blocks of tea cakes that you just keep for years and years and years.
Oh, yeah. Those are good. Oh. So, yeah, they kind of like lean out the door and they point down the street. It's that one, right over there. and he points to. Let's see if I can mark it for you guys. Points to this guy right here. Oh, that's not what I wanted, but that does mark it. No, that's the one right there.
I remember last time we had a diplomatic conference with an elvish noble family. My father went absolutely nuts over that tea. He loves it. Loves it. Wanted to have a tea house open up right in the middle of Stone Tusk.
Interesting.
So, yeah, that's where you would be able to buy some tea as a botanist. You guys are actually currently in this here. This is the inn. Pretty most of it just kind of unremarkable, but fancy at the same time.
It's bougie.
Yeah, we'll say bougie. Well, all right. What do you guys want to see first?
You've been here for a couple of days. What have you found that's interesting?
Well, there's a lot of culture here. You have, well, of course, you've got the Elven district and the Elven housing. Most of the merchants here are Elvish, as you can probably tell. However, there are some docks and some fishing that you would normally see at other, like, coastal cities and stuff like that. But there is the Elder Hole, if I guess we're probably asking for some introductions or anything like that. It probably would be the place to go. Or find some place that we feel like could be able to at least meet another one of me, I guess.
Right. Yeah, now that you mentioned the Elder Hall, I should probably make my presence known. Like, it's not super often that a noble just from another culture just appears in your lands. They might want to know about that. And what do you guys want to do first?
We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
No,
Better?
you're fine. You're fine. Now we can
Good.
hear you.
Okay, sorry, I forgot to mute myself. Question: would anybody from this town know me?
Not as far as you know. This is a different town from where you're from. It's a different culture altogether. Most of them are not wood elves. They are high elves and moon elves.
Then we're good.
Yep. It's a different part of the continent altogether from where you're from.
Never know.
Yeah.
We live a really long time. We could travel.
100% there could be someone here, or not 100%, but like 50% chance there could be someone here that you may know, but the likelihood is very, very little.
Cool.
Yeah. So yeah, Gorthon was asking what you guys wanted to do first.
I mean, we can split up if Sal knows somewhere that we may be able to locate another wolf fiend. We can start searching, and then you can go announce yourself that you're here, and we can meet back up somewhere.
Yeah.
Eek, you want to run around with them, see the sights a bit?
Okay.
No, right. Stay out of trouble now, buddy.
Hey.
I give him a soft pat on the back. Like, I'll meet up with you guys later.
As you make a soft pat on the back, you realize again that you're a little bit stronger than you think comparatively to his stature. So he goes,
Okay.
We'll get some muscle built up on your little mass so it doesn't quite shake you around so much, eh?
he cries a little bit. Alright, so let's see. You're gonna go introduce yourself to the Elder Hall, correct?
Right.
Is there anyone else going with you?
Well, if anyone would like to join me.
I think Sal said he's gonna join you because he wants to kind of introduce himself to the Elder. Well, not introduce, but kind of
Gauge him?
Gauge the Elder Hall here. See if you can trust them with a secret or anything else like that.
See if you can see if they're on the level based on the interactions. Right. Hey, you're free to join me, Sal.
Alright, and especially with me working in the city, it seems like seems like it would be probably the best, so if I need to get a job here, that probably would be where I needed to go for, like, accounting type of stuff.
It would be worth a shot. They might need a good accountant.
Alright, then off we go. And then...
Off we trot.
Where are you three going?
Good question.
I don't know. That is a good question. Because now that Sal's going north on, the plan was to use him to go find other wolfiends.
Well, we can ask around slightly more freely because we're clearly not wolfiends, so with him he might give himself away and he would be more reluctant, so maybe it's better. Why don't we try in the non-elving housing district? Because surely if they're not elves and they're wolfiends, that's where they would be.
You also
right?
you realize that wolfiends have pointy ears, so they kind of, even though they're of human heritage, they look more angular and fit in more with elves, usually, than humans. But it's not a bad place to start. I'm just trying to say, like,
well, with me
looking at Sal, like, he's got pointy ears, he's got an angular face.
But, like, I feel like as an elf, you can recognize who is an elf and isn't an elf easier, right? Like if I look at Sal, like, I know he's not an elf.
You know that
even without knowing he's not, even though, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, you know that he's not an elf, but you also know that he is probably not human at the same time. Like, his mannerisms are human, but his features are elf. Kind of like you would look at a half-elf and see someone who was probably raised by the human side of the family, but looks like an elf.
So maybe we could go to the elven areas and see if there's new people. and then we can try to just kind of watch them and see if they're fitting in perfectly, or if maybe there's something a little bit off about them. I don't know, what do you think?
I just think that Gorthon's crazy. They left Eek with us.
Yeah, right? He agreed to come with me way too quickly for the stuff I just did to him.
Do you really want a chaos goblin in the same house as a bunch of really old noble elves? Is that what you want?
Do you really want a goblin with us too?
I somehow feel like he could cause a little less trouble. I'll probably be proven wrong very soon, but...
Well, if you consider he looks up to you, you could try to get him to behave, and without us there to egg him on, he probably would. But with us, you'll be lucky if the town isn't on fire.
Also, it'll be a good socializing experience for Eek. Because I feel like he relies on me a little too heavily sometimes, and he needs to learn how to be around people.
Okay.
We count as people, right?
Technically.
It is noon right now for us, Corey.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say something, but I wanted to let you do the thing.
Okay. So we can wait a little bit here, but yeah, go ahead and make a investigation check for wherever you guys decide on looking.
Both of us
Okay.
or just one?
Both of you guys, because it's gonna be. You guys can't count an eek for this one.
Collective decisions. What are we doing? Investigation?
Investigation.
Yeah. Dun, dun, dun. Where did my character sheet disappear to? There we go. That was weird.
Okay. So, Draco, as you're looking around, you don't really see. Everyone looks elvish to you. Everyone. I mean, being a dragonkin, you're just kind of looking around and like, everyone's an elf. Cool.
Pointy ears, pointy ears, pointy ears, pointy ears.
Exactly.
It all checks out.
However, Lithwi, because of your background, and like you said, you kind of point out the people who may not be elvish. Whether or not they were raised with kind of a little bit human mannerisms and kind of like they have boots on, but they look a little bit clunky. They might be wearing a mask. It is colder here than other places, so a lot of people are wearing masks. But just a few extra things kind of put it together that either A, they're half elves and they're cold as hell, and they're just kind of like, or they could be wolf eats. Especially like the clumsier ones, they could definitely be still in hiding because it is the middle of a town, but just a little bit more open and less likely to go cowering away because they're with people who you would think might protect them.
Not entirely sure what to do with this information just yet.
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
Nah,
All
I'm
right.
really struggling. It's gonna be hard for us to convince somebody to tell us they're woofing if they're being hunted without having a woofing.
So I don't disrupt anything. I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go, and you guys do your thing, and I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay.
And then once you come back, we'll continue your trek into the Elder Hall.
Sounds good to me.
Cool. And he's in the same spot. Makes it easy.
Okay.
So I have to move everyone around. So as you
Wait, I
guys,
should turn my camera off. Is that what you said?
Don't.
you'll end up in the same spot as me, and then I'll be Jesse will be in the DM spot.
Right?
You want to be a DM there?
My
Jesse?
game now. No.
I'm
No,
fine
no.
with I'm fine with a few games like not being the DM.
I
Let
mean,
me get
it
a
could
little
be
bit of
fun,
experience.
but yeah, experience would be nice.
Yeah, you guys are doing good, so don't worry. It's not like a like I said earlier, I'm newer to 5th edition than most people, and I've only played it a few times outside of like mostly I've played online, and I'm relying a lot on other people to help with me with my rules knowledge.
Cool.
But besides the point, like I said, you specifically notice other people that look a little bit out of place, but not quite out of place enough to be able to determine whether or not they're like a half elf or maybe a human who has kind of some distant elvish heritage, or even an elf who just might be clumsy.
Okay.
Question for the DM: do we remember anything in regards to our conversations from Sal about like wolf fiends and ways that we would be able to identify one? If we had an idea.
Yeah, I
or
would say
not
that you
one.
do remember that, like, the feet, they like to hide the feet. It's hard for them to hide their tails. So if they've lived their life or whole life in like a large city, they might have crop tails and actually may not have a tail anymore. But for the most part, most of them seem to be wearing like either heavy cloaks or heavy jackets that kind of cover down to their lower legs. But that's almost everyone here, whether or not that they're in a cloak or a some type of formal attire, or even just normal day-to-day clothes.
Okay.
No one really looks like they're dressed like Sal, but like the feet, the tail, and then the ears are usually the dead giveaways. But
Okay. Can I go up to a few of them that look a little bit off to me? And just be like, hey, we have a friend who's new in town, and is there anywhere where people who are new can, get together? Is there, a place where they might have a better chance looking for jobs? New people.
Let me see here.
See if any of them, like, show a little bit of recognition or squirm just a little bit or something like that. Just a little bit of weird emphasis on the word new.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you know, you know. If you don't, you don't.
Why is that not working? Hello? Come on. Can I do it this way?
Did I break the game?
No, not you. You didn't. I would say yes. Yeah. If you wanted to get to know or find some place that will allow people to, get acquainted with the town and find possibly a job and get into where they're more comfortable, you might be able to find them in some of the center here. And he kind of like, there's not like a new place. There's more of like just let's see here. Tell him to come by this evening around about 1900.
Come by where?
They're pointing at this tower right. Well,
Okay.
there.
Yeah. Okay. And you're sure that my friend will have people that are similar that will understand him?
If I think so. I think I know what you're saying, but yeah.
Well, thank you.
I
know he'll really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna run back over to Draco and be like, I think I've got a hit.
What do you mean?
So I just talked to those people, and they're not elves. I couldn't tell exactly if they were wolf fiends or not, but, I dropped some subtle hints, and they said that, we should stop by around 1900 to that tower over there. So I think either we can check it out ahead of time, or we can go with Sal just to make sure he's okay. And then, if it's not what we thought it was, we can just play it off and be like, hey, he's a new guy. Because I used the word new, but I put like a weird emphasis on it so that they'd maybe get the hint. But anyway, they said it's a good place to like find work and things like that. So if nothing else, at least it'll help get him set up.
Okay.
Well, that was a lot quicker than I thought it would be.
But how do we know it's not a trap?
That's why I said we could go with him or check it out ahead of time without him.
Maybe we should check it out beforehand so we understand what it looks like.
Okay. Yeah.
So we know what we're getting into. If something was to go wrong, we already have a layout.
Yes. Good idea. Layouts. Layouts are nice. Alright, well, let's go check it out. Or, do you want to check it out from the outside or just walk right in? I mean, I can't imagine it's too secretive.
I mean, let's check it out from the outside. Let's just wander on in like we're just new to town. We don't know what the hell's going on.
Cool. Awkward tourists. Do it.
Alright. As you guys walk into the building there, you guys were not too far away from it, pretty much just outside. It's a cluster of towers within the trees, as well as a couple ground buildings. It seems like the towers are connected to each other via like some rope bridges and stuff like that. You would kind of, as you would associate to an elven village, or a wood elven village even. The center of it is, or as you walk into the building, there's a ground floor, and it looks like a hall, like a kind of like a meat hall, not like meat, like carne, but like meat, like everyone meets there. Not like a town council or anything else like that, but just like where people would meet to talk about certain things. That doesn't have to include the rest of the town. Other than that, it's kind of unsuspecting. Not really like a anything over the top. Within the building, you see some stairs that go up, and they go up into the tree. You would assume into the rest of the tower and then the trees. But yeah, not much else other than that. Nothing to that catches you off guard, as far as you can tell. You can roll an investigation check or anything else like that if you would like, but
yeah. Are you better at this?
Probably.
Okay. Yeah. Take a look around and see if you see anything weird.
I just clicked the wrong thing and closed my character sheet, so now I gotta get it back.
you can pop it out from the web browser too, by the way.
Yeah, that was a problem. I lost it.
Excuse me.
Stop it.
I will not.
Alright, what are you doing? Stop it.
Is it glitching?
I don't know, it just...
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Nat 20.
I'm
Hey.
very observant, apparently.
As you're looking around the hall, you don't really see too much out of the ordinary. Although, as you get closer to the ground, as you've noticed, most of the ground here is very... it's pretty muddy. Like, it's pretty natural. But you see some of the footprints that would be traveling in and out. It's just like one or two. Aren't human or elven shaped. They are very much, looks like they walk on their toes type of feet. Normal amount of toes and everything, but the weight isn't carried on the rest of the foot. It's just carried on the ball and the toes of the foot. And being with your background as a guard and everything else like that, you do notice that kind of like the way that a wolf would be walking with their hind legs. Whether it be a werewolf or a druid that's been shape changed or anything else like that, but
Alright, so I'm gonna look at Lithwy and tell her that there are footprints here that look like they could potentially belong to a wolf fiend. So I think that we are on the right path.
Okay.
So we should definitely still come with Sal, just to make sure. But it looks like this may check out.
Okay.
you guys are also rolling really high right now, so.
Is it just like a straight up and down tower? Like, is there places for people to hide around here? Like,
Yeah, there's plenty of places for people to hide. Most of these places are like community buildings, so, or community housing. Kind of like, elves don't really have their own, like, essentially like whole living areas. It's a community. People raise their children together. People, you grow up as a community. It's community raising, and I just said that. We're going in circles here.
Yeah, no, I get it. But
like,
this tower specifically also has several places that people could be hiding.
correct.
Potentially. Okay.
I mean, outside the tower, up in the trees and stuff, they look like they're almost living quarters. In the other buildings could be living quarters as well, too. People who might be used to living on the ground, or those that have turned some of the smaller spots into like workshops or anything else like that. But for the most part, there could be. It's like almost a labyrinth in the trees of how they're connected from tower to tower and everything. So, definitely plenty of places for people to hide.
Alright. Well, this place isn't very defensible, so I think we should have a plan for escape should anything happen and this be a trap of some sort. Because, yeah, there's some paw prints here, what looks like wolfine feet prints. But anyway, I just feel like if we have to get out of here, this is not a good place to be. We should have an escape plan.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but what other entrances and exits are here?
Several. I mean, you could go out the front, you could go out the, pretty much any open way around here you could get out of, but you could also get into. So there's a lot of ways, but I think we should be really cautious here. I mean, because you never know. I mean, these footprints could be here, and then something else could have happened away from this area. Or, they could be here and be good. You never know.
Yeah.
Footprints don't tell the whole story. That's all I'm saying.
Is there anybody in this area right now?
There's people walking around outside. I mean, they're not paying much attention to you guys, because most people are looking around the area too. Like, it's not out of the ordinary for you guys to be looking around. But yeah.
But also, we wouldn't be talking super loud when we're talking about sensitive things.
Yeah, they're not also they're not really looking or listening to you guys either. They're just minding their own business, walking around the buildings, doing their day-to-day stuff, because that's what's going on right now. You see a couple people walk by with a cart full of fish. Looks like they're walking towards the tavern. You got a couple of people coming in, probably with a few other carts of other produce and stuff like that. Lots of carrots and beets and stuff like that you would normally see. Probably just another shipment that came in. But not too much out of the ordinary.
Okay, well, from what we saw of the town coming in, I think there's not much we can do about this building, but, you know, if we have to get out of here fast, we'd want to go towards, you know, the, one of the forests, probably. That would give us some cover. I mean, obviously they're used to being around the forest, but better than nothing. If you get to the sea, then where are we going to go in the sea? And, you know, even if we make it to one of the ferries, we can't guarantee that we'd be able to get on one and leave right away. So just
We
in
definitely
case something...
can't fly one.
we learned that. So maybe the best we can do is get an escape route from around here. So we could walk through this area of the town and see if there's anywhere where we could, like, go down a small alley where they wouldn't be able to chase us en masse. They'd have to, you know, whittle down to like 1 or 2 people at most in a line, and then just, you know, beeline it for one of the forest areas. And then we can check out the forest area and make sure that that's okay and not a bad decision.
Yeah.
Okay. So, awkward tourist continues.
I think the best route would be to go north.
North? Okay, yeah. Just cut through the housing there, and there's no real buildings there.
Not a lot of open space.
Huh?
I said there's not a lot of open space.
Yeah. How steep or tall is that, I guess, cliff-looking area?
The cliffs are pretty steep. Like they're
Pretty steep.
They're not
Okay.
straight up, but they're like a 70 to 90% incline.
Okay. And how steep or, you know, tall are the cliffs to the east?
Those aren't as steep. They're really just not as like you could probably jump off of them. They're probably about 10 feet tall.
Okay. Still not ideal. So it looks like our best
And that's into sand,
exit would just
by the
be
way,
the...
too.
Yeah. Our best exit would probably just be the northern entrance, but if for some reason that gets blocked off, we could jump onto the beach and then move from there.
There's also the southern entrance, too, if you...
Yeah, if we wanted to go south. So, you know, options, keeping our options open, plan A, B, and C. Let's go check out the northern woods area.
Okay.
Alright.
Since that's plan A. Always best if plan A works out well. Okay. So I guess we'll kind of circle around in the woods there and just look for, I don't know, beasts, people, cults. Just make sure we don't run into anything terrible if we go there.
So am I.
Yeah. All right.
Just
So do we?
A side question: do we know how long he's going to be gone?
So he has to walk all the way to the dining facility, which is kind of like across the street to the hotel and then back.
Okay.
So the hotel's again not too far away, but I think it takes about a half hour to go there, down, back, and he's coming from the 7th floor in the same building as us, or as me.
Okay. So he'll probably done soon-ish.
Yeah, I would say probably another 10 minutes or so. He should be back.
Okay.
Do
you want us to do like an investigation check or anything like that for the forest?
Go ahead and make a survival check.
Survival.
For the northern entrance, you guys. Well, you guys have been rolling well before, but
I mean, it was almost 20 again. I'm just saying.
You guys don't really see much else. You guys go to the northern entrance. You guys don't see any footprints or anything that would be out of the ordinary. You don't see. It looks like it's just a road that leads off into the coast there. It looks like there's just these two roads, the north and the south, that lead in and out of the village. There's not much else that you can think of.
Okay. Should we go check out Plan C and make sure that the south is okay too?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want us to roll another, or are you just gonna keep that?
I'll just keep it.
Okay.
Same thing. This road just looks like it leads out to the coast. Probably the roads that lead around the mountains on the southern side over here. You can kind of see the end of the mountain range off to your right-hand side. But it definitely gets more and more hilly the further or the closer you get to the mountains. Well, of course it does, but it's pretty drastic. Like, it's like you ever been to like the Sierra Nevadas or anything else like that? Or trying to think of the Blue Ridge Mountains?
Been to the Appalachians.
Where it kind of, yeah, Appalachians is a good example too, where it kind of like drops off at some points. Very steep. Yeah, it's a lot like that.
Okay.
Like, you can look up and you can kind of see it's sheer cliffs a lot of the place. The mountains are closer than you would have thought, but maybe that's just because they're so large.
Well, it looks like everything's kind of okay. Should we find out where these roads go? I mean, if they have roads, they gotta go somewhere. And if we gotta leave the town, maybe we can have an idea of where to go, other than just hide?
I mean, yeah, I guess. As long as we can get back, stick to the road.
Yeah, okay. You want to go back to the tavern and see if we can find some people to talk to, or just grab some people from randomly around the town again?
So, are you guys still at the southern entrance there?
Yeah, we're still at this house.
As you guys are kind of heading back towards the interior of the town, you kind of hear boom, 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 boom. As you guys look up, you guys actually see a pachyderm who is walking towards you from the interior of the town, and let's see if I can. Hold on. Oh, that's how I do it. I keep forgetting that it's like that, and then that. You can't quite tell how old he is, but he looks older, even though you haven't seen very many pachyderms in your life. You can kind of see a knowingness among his eyes. Ow. Greeting,
my
young
dog.
ones.
Hi.
Well, let me try to make sure the voice stays the same instead of going back into the Irish one. Well, I've heard you've been asking around about new people in town. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Ramir.
Hi. I'm Lithwy.
Well,
Draco.
hello, Lithwy. Draco. As you notice him, he carries himself very well. Like, he's seen quite a bit in his lifetime. I would like to speak with you a little bit.
Okay.
I mean, technically, you already are.
In private. Not out here in the open.
I don't know. Could be shady. What do you think?
Yeah, those weapons look kind of small. I think I can take them.
Well, don't really have to fear death anyway. Let's go.
As he leads you back into the rest of the city here, he takes you back to the kind of the community hall that you guys saw before. I got past that you were looking around here before. Is there anything that you were looking for?
No, we just have a friend that's new to town, and we're just trying to help him get settled and make sure that he's okay before we, have to leave him. He's a good
Yeah.
friend.
We're kind of adventurers, he's not the adventuring type. He's just relocating due to personal reasons, so we heard
Alright.
about this town and we thought that it may be good to come check it out. So we're just trying to help him out.
I understand that. You see, I kind of keep my ears open for the new people here in town. I know who comes and who leaves, and I know who your friend is.
Oh, you know Jim? How do you know Jim?
Go ahead and make a deception check.
Hold on, I gotta figure out how to get rid of this character.
You can close it up in the top right-hand corner.
Mhm.
Or you
Nah,
can
I
double-click the thing to minimize it as well.
I have a new official rule too when I play in D&D. So since I've been farming Lost Ark, I have like 97 Internet Explorer tabs open with YouTube videos. And I cannot figure out which one has the right stuff. So when it disappears, I'm like clicking through 97 tabs.
I was gonna say, like,
deception.
I keep almost
Yeah,
everything
deception.
closed. Yeah, deception, please.
Oh, that's not very good.
He sees right through you. As you can kind of like tell, like it felt like it came out weird out of your mouth there. Like, Jim? Kind of like, and he's taken back a little bit, like, no, I don't know Jim.
Oh,
I know Sal.
okay. Oh, that friend. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about somebody else.
We've had word from our friends that he was to be here, to meet us here, and we were to lead him to a safe spot.
So,
But you don't
if
have to
you
be
know
worried.
our friend, and you were expecting our friend, then why haven't you reached out to our friend before now?
We were watching to make sure he wasn't followed first, so we
Okay.
could protect him.
Okay.
As he reaches back towards his tusk, and kind of like how you would normally see someone like rub their beard or whatever, he kind of like pets his tusk the same way, just kind of like a pensive, like thought, kind of seeing like if he can trust you as well. You realize he hasn't introduced himself other than just his name. Why, like, how does he know who your friend is? How does he know who you are?
Oh.
So your friends told you about my friend.
Yes.
All right. Well, who are your friends?
As you ask a question, another person enters through the door wrong button again. Did it pop up for you guys?
Yes. it
Yep.
did.
So, this man comes to the door. He walks very human-like, but has the pointed ears. He has a mask on, hiding who he is. But he doesn't walk awkward. Like he's kind of mastered the style of being able to blend in a normal sense. He's not awkward with wearing shoes. He's not awkward with wearing a mask. It's second nature to him. This is... He again holds himself with a prose of confidence and that you haven't seen of many people in general. Nonetheless, like Sal, who has been kind of scared and kind of act a little scared, kind of try to hide and try to shy away from things. This man doesn't. He walks up straight to both of you and looks you both in the eye. I'm his friend.
All right. Well, who are you?
Yeah.
He takes down his mask. You can see his teeth. My name is Dragnir. Both Ramir and I are on the Elder Council. We are both part of the council of this town, of misfits, of people who've been accepted by the elves here.
Okay.
Our friends are those who met you outside of the other town of Redbridge. Those were the scouts. Those were those who find those who are lost.
Well, that's good to know. But now that he's here and you've been watching him, what's your plan for him?
Our plan is to bring him back into safety and protect him. Let him either live in the city here as if he's one of us, because he is one of us, or train him to fight. Train him in the soldiers and to be able to fight for our freedom. To be able to get away from this kingdom that wants to claim our lives. Corey's back.
What exactly are you doing to keep this town safe? Like, I mean, yeah, you said something about soldiers, but this town isn't exactly super defensible. I mean, you're at the bottom of a little cliff face. Everybody knows you fight from uphill, not downhill.
What you don't know is that this town is a facade. There is hidden defensible sections of this town that protect us. And we'll take you there.
Alright. I'm not leaving Sal here unless I know he's gonna be safe. He's not a fighter, but he is a good dude.
Okay. So, as you guys get to know Dragnir and Ramir, we cut to Corey, aka Gorthon, and Sal.
Oh. I went back for a little bit, but I didn't want to interrupt.
You're fine. We were waiting for you to come back anyways, so... Okay.
We were running out of exploring to do.
Yeah. That's an understatement. Not really.
We did a little too well too quickly.
Yeah, we wasted a bunch of good rolls.
Oh no. I also wanted to eat something before I jump back in. I haven't eaten anything today yet, other than a baked good, which I just ate.
There's that. Whoa, that's not what I wanted to do.
Alright, time to go and meet this Elder Council with my good friend Sal.
Give me 1 second here. Okay. So as you walk into the entrance of the Elder Council Hall, you see that it's very bright, like almost unnaturally bright. It's not fires or anything else that's lighting everything up. It's the glow, an underglow of almost magic, maybe. Radiance and just a kind of a feeling of old and almost living inside the Elder Hall. You get greeted by an older, maybe older, you can't really tell, but an elven.
Elves kind of age at their own pace. Sorry.
No, you're right. An older elven lady, as far as you can tell. Greetings. Welcome. This is the Elder Hall. How may I help you?
Hello, madam. I am Gorthon Stonetusk, second son of Gore. I am here to announce my presence to the Elder Council.
Welcome, Gorthon Stonetusk. Welcome to the town of Farnfoss, not Farfoss. I spelled.
Oh, and this is my associate, Sal. I can't remember his full name.
Salzar. Not Salazar, it's
Salazar?
Salzar.
This is my associate Salazar. He will be accompanying me for my introduction.
Well, greetings there, madam. And he bows deeply to her. She says, "Well, I'm part of the Elder Council. Is there anything that you would need while you're in town here? Is there anything that you're looking for? Is there a reason other than to introduce yourself to the Elder Hall?"
My group and I do have business here, but we are here to assist my associate Salazar in a matter of interest to himself, which I believe would be better left explained by him.
Well, welcome. She holds out her hand, shakes your hand, and shakes Salazar's hand and cusps it with both her left hand as well, in a sense of kind of, again, protection, as you would kind of see. As you look at her, she's very old, but you can't tell by her skin. You can't tell by her hair or the way she walks. She's old in her eyes. She holds a moonstaff in her left hand as she kind of helps herself walk along the hallway like she's been injured. But also, you can kind of tell that this also radiates a little bit of magic. She leads you both to a kind of a long table that you would normally like sit down in, kind of like a conference room today, but a long table with chairs around it, so you guys can all kind of talk and get to know each other.
Right.
She closes the door behind you and says, Sal, you're welcome to pull down your mask here. You are safe. You don't have to worry. Behind these closed doors, everything is kept here. You can be as open as you want with the rest of the town, but most decide to stay at least a little hidden, especially when there's newcomers in town. And as Sal pulls down his face, pulls down his face.
Pulls off his entire face. He was a skeleton the whole time.
As he pulls down his mask, you can kind of see a tear drop from his eye of kind of belonging, and after everything you guys have been through, it's the calm that is overwhelming him. And
I guess that's one mission done. Gorthon pulls out a little checklist. It's written in Orcish, no one else can read it, but if you could read it, it would say, find Sal's friends, with a little box next to it, and he checks.
she says, do you mind if I read that?
Oh, sure. So, there's a couple things, if she can read Orcish.
She can read Orcish.
Okay. The first thing is, like, there's a circle around the box that hasn't been finished yet. Find birthday present for little brother. Second thing, teach Eek what chamber pots are. Written next to the box there, in progress. There's a couple that were crossed out. That, like, find out what the Fae want. It's like, non-issue. And finally, find Sal's friends. Check.
Seems like you are very organized. And that's...
Try. I'll try.
It's good of a noble.
That's what I'll do. So, I'm sure you don't need me to inform you, but it seems one of the northern human kingdoms is burning itself down at the moment.
Yes. Yes.
So,
I understand that you came here with other friends.
yes, a half-elf that tends to dress a little dreary. Not a half-elf, sorry, a high-elf. I misspoke. A dragon man with black scales, and a goblin with horns.
Oh, you have...
I'm a wood elf.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what things are, and no one ever told me exactly what kind of elf you were.
But it's okay.
Just imagine that's what I said.
No, it's okay. You can be... Like, you may not know the difference between a wood elf, or even though you've had dealings with elves, you know cultures, you don't necessarily know, like, individually, like, if they are...
I suppose I don't know what kind of elf she is. I'll have to ask later, but she's an elf. And that's what I know.
Yes. Well, I would have you and your friends come here and speak with the rest of the council. We would like to welcome Sal here appropriately and make sure that he is taken care of, and then show you the rest of what's going on here. So Sal's in the know, and since you've helped Sal, you are in the know.
Right. Sorry, I hiccups. I hiccup when I'm terribly wrong about something.
So, bring your little goblin friend with the horns. I think there's someone you should probably meet here.
Alright. I don't have any way to message them remotely, so I will go and find them.
Alright. Sal says, I think I'm gonna stay here for a little bit. If you don't... I have some questions to ask with them and get to kind of see what they need from me, I guess. If there's a... I don't know if I'm supposed to be, like, in processing here. If there's a line, is it basic training? Am I going through all this other stuff again? Oh my god!
Is there a checklist?
I need organization!
You'll be fine, Sal. I'll even pat.
He's, a little stressed over, like, just the calm, and probably a little bit PTSD. Seeing his friends, probably burnt to a crisp.
Yeah. Alright. I'll be back in a bit with everybody else, Sal. You hang in there.
Hey, alright, as you, leave the room, Sal continues talking with her, and, it seems like he's kind of calming down. She's very calm, which is helping him. As you leave, you realize you don't really know where your friends are.
Shit. Time for an adventure. What do I gotta roll to track them down?
Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Alright. Could I do a survival check? I'm slightly better at that.
I'm not gonna say survival in this area. I would say, like, if you're in the middle of a dungeon or somewhere else, and you rolled well enough anyways.
Yeah.
You remember in the back of your head... Yeah, right, they said they were gonna look in the elven housing area. And then you kind of start there. You ask around a little bit, and ask a few of the people who are... Have you seen an elf about yay high and, kind of looks like her?
Right?
And then,
A dragon man.
a dragon
with black
man
scales.
about yay high with black scales. They go... A few of them just stare you down. Like, what the fuck is he smoking? What the hell is he on? Like...
Also a goblin with horns.
And then the more you say that, they're just like... Yes,
Well, you're
young
no help.
orc. We've definitely seen a elf yay high, and a dragon man yay high, with black scales, and a goblin with horns.
Yes, but have you seen all three of those people together?
It takes you about 15-20 minutes of just kind of searching around the elven housing. Kind of getting pointed from one person to another, and then kind of pointing to another person. And then finally, you kind of walk into the hall, the community hall of the elven housing district.
There's somehow a bizarro version of our party that I run into.
And you see a big pachyderm, which I don't think you saw when you came back.
What are those folk?
With another, looks like from behind, another elf. But I think you might have seen Draknir.
Right. So I'll walk up to him and say, "Hey, sorry to bother you."
And then on the other side of them, you see your friends.
Yeah, hi guys!
Eek gets excited, this big smile goes across his face, and just runs over to you and goes,
Hey buddy! Goes on, picks him up, and sits him on his shoulder. What I miss?
These people know Sal.
A lot of people know so.
No, like, they know Sal.
I know. They knew him at the elder hall, too.
But do they know?
Well, they know what he is.
Okay.
So there you go.
Draknir turns
Well,
around,
they know.
and you can see now that you can kind of see his smile come across his face, knowingly, with his teeth showing, sharpened fangs almost. Not quite tusks, but definitely sharpened fangs.
Nice
And-
fair clean arms there, though I think mine are bigger.
Yeah, they probably are, but that's all right.
Oh, I'm just messing with
and
you.
then
Nice to meet you. Gorthorn Stone Tusk,
the-
second son of Gore, at your service. And I try to give him like one of those arm clasp handshakes.
And he grabs your forearm just the same way, and then kind of shakes it with the secondary hand. Nice to meet you. A lot of his mannerisms are very human. He was like kind of. You've been around a lot of humans, especially with your human side of the family. So you definitely recognize a lot of the humanisms that he has and the characteristics. As you the pachyderm turns around and says, "Oh, mine are bigger though."
That's true. Can't really compete with that.
So
Look at him. Honestly, I think any orc would be quite well off if we had tusks that big. I mean, they're impressive, to say the least.
well,
Laying on the flattery.
you can see his like not much flattery comes across that way, but just kind of like friendliness. As you guys get ready to kind of, I guess, well, it's up to you guys now. Like, I'm not gonna make the decision for you guys.
The Elder Council folks, they want to meet up with all of us and Sal. He's still at the hall. So they can explain the rest of what's going on.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, you're on the council too. Convenient.
Yep, two of us all. Of course, your three friends here will not. But, so, yeah. Either if you guys want to come with us back to the council hall or the elder hall, and you guys can do whatever you guys need to take care of, and then come up this way.
Is that a good plan? So, Leithwee, Draco, what do you want to do?
I mean, we've pretty much examined the entire town, so.
Yeah, you guys have seen it all, from the north to the south to the sands and the Elven district.
Just a montage. By the way, Leithwee, I realise I've never actually asked, but what kind of elf are you?
Wood.
Okay.
No, what elf?
Okay, I'll have to keep that in the back of my head, because I completely forgot.
Yeah.
You feel the pang of, like, almost.
Give me a break. I have
disappointment.
average intelligence. I am not the sharpest tool in the shed.
It's fine. It's fine.
Lithwy will
I
remember
get the
this.
feeling it's not fine.
I mean, she is a woman. She'll never forget.
And
Alright.
yet you speak.
Oh my.
To the council.
Okay.
I could try to make it up to you later. Let's count them.
So as you're walking with them, they're talking between each other. They're kind of like asking you guys a couple questions here and there. Well, where are you from originally?
Oh, I'll let them.
Go ahead.
But first. I am from the village of Stone Tusk. It's along the southern border of one of the Great Lakes. Actually, quite an interesting thing. It's part of an effort by my father, Gore Stone Tusk, and a few of the other Orcish chieftains to try and start a kind of a loose government so we can establish our own country kind of deal.
That seems
Mostly so the human nations don't mess with us so much no more. Even if we're not all in the same place, and maybe not all follow the same rules, if we just have a general area that we say, hey, this is our bit, maybe people won't mess with us, you know?
well, yeah. I've definitely heard of stone tusks. Actually, I think I've had dealings with your father.
Yes. He is actually quite a fan of Elvish culture. He loves the tea. Loves it.
Well, next time you see him, I'll get you some tea to bring back to him.
Yeah. He'd love that.
This is Ramir talking to you, by the way. And you two, where have you two been from?
Place that I don't care about and it don't matter.
Oh, I see. Completely starting over. Guy. He kind of looks back at you, Lithwy, like, silence. God.
The woods.
The
You know.
woods.
The one with a lot of trees.
I see. He leaves it at that. Kind of like, I see. Don't worry. You're safe here. No one's going to be hunting you or killing you or trying to figure out if you're some person who should be dead but isn't dead.
Good.
So, he didn't say that, but just
I know.
as you're walking through there and you're walking towards the Elden Hall, you actually see, as you walk in there, instead of being greeted right at the front door by the woman you were before, you actually see a painted picture on the wall of the full Elder Council.
A
And you
Kipling!
You see, it's very much a mix of different cultures coming together into this almost melting pot of this town that it is. You can see Draknir, who obviously is hidden because they don't want to necessarily like, hey, we've got a Wolfian in town right here in the front of the Elder Council. Oh, it's just another elf, you know, who's hidden. And then you have a human and an elf and a pachyderm, and then, as you said, a goblin, who looks just like kind of like a miniature like orc in your sense.
He works out.
He doesn't have the horns that you can see, so he looks like a normal goblin. As you guys go back towards the conference hall that you guys came out of before, you see that there's more people there waiting for you. You actually see the rest of the Elder Council waiting for you. You see the human, who is... This is always... I need to do this, and then this, and then this... Nope, wrong button. This, and then this. So they're sitting there talking with Sal, kind of pick up their heads and kind of stand up and greet you as you guys enter the door. You can kind of see that this council, just like their picture, is a mismatch of different cultures. They've got different they all have different personalities. Draknir being a little more like stoic and kind of not necessarily hidden anymore, but definitely like a outgoing person now, and same thing with Ramir being a large pachyderm, kind of boisterous and loud, but also being able to kind of be calm at the same time. And then you got the human, who is very loud and very like excited just to see. Well, it's nice to see you here. It's like you can't quite understand her because she's slurring every other word and everything else like that, but definitely not like your normal noble person that you would normally see. She sounds kind of dwarvish in a way, and same thing with the goblin. The goblin definitely sounds like they were both like around dwarves long enough to get an accent from them. And then of course you remember the elven lady. They welcome you in. They all shake all of your hands and sit you down. Well, I guess it's time for proper introductions. My name is Nailorin. I am the head of the council here. I help with guarding and putting up protections around the city. Like I said to you before, some of this is a facade. Or rather, my counterparts here have said that this is a facade. And then you hear the goblin speak up. Well, you could just make it just, look plain, and it's... I don't like the magic anyway. It makes me feel weird. Oh. Sorry.
Don't die.
And then the human woman speaks up. Oh, I am Carol, and trying to think of how to. Oh, I am Carol. Nice to meet you all, and we'll get a drink later if you want to.
Like Carol, Korral?
No, not Carol. Carol.
I'm gonna need that you to spell that for me.
K-E-E-L.
Those
You can realize that
letters.
you're gonna realize that she may not speak, or Common may not be her first language.
She may not read Common. Okay, that's fine.
So, well, thank you all for coming. I would like to actually let you guys know what's going on here. We filled in Sal here a little bit, but like I said, this is a facade. It is a entrance to something else. Something of a resistance to keep these good children of these humans and other people, this new, I guess, species. I guess we can call that them now. That keeps them from being destroyed forever from genocide.
Roll.
If you have any questions, please ask them, and then I'll lead you to somewhere else.
Could I get everybody's names again?
Yeah.
Gorthon has been quickly trying to write down who everybody is so he doesn't forget.
She goes, my name's Nairlin. Sorry. Nowlerin.
Loren?
So N-E-L-A-E-R-Y-N.
Say again.
November
N-E-L-A?
Echo. November Echo. Lima Alpha. Echo Romeo. Yankee November.
Okay.
This is Ramir to my right. Pointing at the pachyderm. Ramir. R-A-M-I-I-R.
Right.
This is Draconir to my left. D-R-A-K-N-E-I-R.
N-E-I-R.
This is Ewing. She points at the goblin over here.
Mhm.
U-I-N-G.
Alright.
And this is Care-all. This is C-A-I-R-E-A-L-L.
E-A-L-L. Alright. Sorry about that. I just want to keep things straight. Because both myself and Drakon and Gorthon were going to forget. I'm fine.
It's alright. They don't take offense to it because you just met them.
Yeah.
It's not like you should know my name because I'm here. And you just met me and you have to know my name because I'm important. No, they're not like that. They say, well, we're safe from the King's army here. We're safe from the Empire of the North. So we can kind of talk in the open here. If there's any questions, if there's anything that you want to know other than, I guess, our names, before we take you to beyond the facade. Ask now, or forever hold your peace.
All my questions are political in nature. Like, how much do we know about what's going on in the Empire? How long has it been happening? That kind of thing.
Well, it's been going on for a few centuries now. It's been getting worse and worse as things go on. The royal family, has been getting more and more with each generation, a little out of it. And if that's what you would say, I guess, they don't necessarily see eye to eye with people anymore. They kind of, and it seems like this last king has been living longer than he should be. And everything that we've seen of him, he doesn't look like he's aged.
So, Northern Empire, so the Emperor is living longer than a human should be.
Yes. That is about all the intel we have at this moment. We've heard rumors of other things, but we can't quite say anything for certain at this time.
Right. Useful information. Keep it in mind.
Do you two have any other questions?
Have you guys been attacked here by the army?
No. Thankfully, because we're behind at least the mountains, while they could probably come in via airship, and it would just make things very difficult for them to cross all those airships over the mountains, and could end up being a difficult campaign for them. On top of that, we're not bothered too much by the Empire here. While they may know that we have Wolfiends, they've not confirmed anything. Or rather, they might have heard rumors, but they have not been able to confirm anything from us. And we keep, as you know, our eyes on anyone new who comes into town. Making sure that there is no one here that we don't know who they are, and at least what their mission is here. Whether it just be a merchant, or a traveling adventurer pack.
The only question I had.
You, young lady, do you have anything?
Not at the moment.
Okay. So she stands up. She says, well, I'd like you all to come with me, and I'd like you to come see for yourselves how much of a facade this is. As you guys walk back into the hall, and down the hallway, further and further, you guys reach the end of the hall. There's no door, there's no nothing that you can see. She just walks and walks straight through the wall. And she says, follow me, as she does so.
As I follow, I'm gonna put my hand out, like to touch the wall,
As you
to
go
make
to
sure
reach,
that I'm about to walk into it.
as you reach to touch the wall there, you go, "Phew," and it goes straight through. And on the other side of the wall is just a bright, almost great, like hall, opening almost like an underground city, but everything is bright. It doesn't feel like it's underground. It feels like daylight, like you just came and went back outside, but there's a ceiling. We have a bot in the chat. Hold up.
Get him out of here.
I have to pull up Twitch on the...
Be gone!
Bye,
bot!
followers, primes, and viewers on blah 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 blah.
You know you're a small-time streamer and you're not making a lot of money, but would you like to spend a little bit that you make to become rich?
Would you like
Old
to,
Ponzi scheme.
yeah,
Would you like to be scammed?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, there's Soy. Hey, Soy. Let me open up mod view and go. We know that you're not making any money at all. Do you want to make more money? And by making more money, do you want to make where it says
Maybe get a credit card and charge some stuff to it to make more money?
Yeah, this is exactly it.
Would you like to put yourself in debt to get out of debt? I'm your guy.
Bam. Anyways, so as you guys walk into the Great Hall there, like I said, it opens up into almost a daylight area. Like, you just went back outside, but as I said, there's a ceiling, there's an opening, and as you look down, you see people walking around, but not everyone is as what you would expect. You see Wolfians walking right out in the open, along with elves and humans, and but there seems to be tons of Wolfians down here, a lot more than what you would have thought. You see a big wall in the background with kind of looks like a castle underground. There is a lot of the crystals that you would see powering the airships and everything all around, just lighting up the area, but these crystals look brighter than all the rest that you've seen. They're not lighting up blue or green or anything, it just looks like they're lighting up all the colors, giving it a nice bright white light. This is how we're protecting people. It is a facade. They're allowed to live here open. They're part of the community. They live in the hill here, but we'll be able to keep them happy, and a lot of them are learning how to fight and become part of the rebellion against the Empire. It's kind of sounding Star Wars-y, but not quite Star Wars-y.
I guess it's less of a rebellion if you have your own nation and more of a war of survival.
Yeah.
Because it sounds kind of similar to the Orcish Wars a couple decades ago. I don't know too much about what was going on, but from what I remember from history class, people didn't like us and tried to get rid of us.
Yep. A lot of your kind was kind of driven into hiding or driven into tribes to be able to survive for themselves. It caused them great pain, a lot like the Wolfians are today, to the point where it was between you and the dwarves, you and the humans, you and it was never ending. We don't want more of that. We don't want more pain and suffering. I wish we could end this in the most peaceful way that we could, but unfortunately, there's not an easy way out of this right now.
As much as I would love a peaceful ocean too, speaking as a glory paladin,
Yeah.
who goes out and seeks glory, sometimes the only way to get somebody to stop messing with you is to show that it's not a good idea.
So as they as you walk a little bit further, you see almost a barracks and people training and learning the ways of being a druid. You actually see the roots from the large tree from up on top of the hill coming through in the bottom of the the side of the wall, and the roots are almost flowering, and they have leaves on them as well. Like it's just a tree built in the wall. But large. And it's a central, almost dome-like structure that you're in, with a few cutouts here and there on the sides. She walks you to the back of the dome, which is yards and yards away, like 200, 300, 400 yards. And this city underground is about the same size as the city outside. You can see that they're making weapons, they're training, they're building an army.
Very nice.
The reason why we've brought you here and the reason why we've decided to trust you is because you've helped one of the people who have had a hard time their whole life, and now they're safe, and we want to bring you into this. We do have something that needs to be done, but none of us have the time to go do it right now. There aren't very many people yet that we have trained well enough to be able to do this as well, with the risk of completely losing them. If you're willing to help us out, we're willing to reward you, and you can keep any artifacts or anything else that you find in where we're sending you for yourselves. All we need is it's a map, and it's a bit of intel from a city that was destroyed about a century ago.
And what makes this so dangerous?
Is there undead there? I don't like undead. They make my skin crawl.
There's always a catch, especially if you don't have anyone trained.
Right.
Come on, out with it.
So, yes, there is undead. There's been rumored to be undead. There's been rumored to be other things in the area that cause issues with anyone who sets foot in the area. What makes it even more dangerous is that it's a city that's been destroyed a century ago, but it's on a floating island all by itself.
Back you up there a second. Issues with people who go there? Please elaborate.
People who've decided to steal from the dead.
Oh,
not
grave
come back.
robbers. Okay.
Which is what we're planning to do here.
True.
Albeit you're not novices. Are you not?
We're
I
not.
suppose we're a bit more experienced in combat than most.
And you, milady, have a bit of radiance about you that is a clergy, I would say.
You say it so nicely.
Well,
I get what you want. Don't worry, you don't have to butter me up.
and you, good sir, you're a paladin, right? Right? Gorthon's
Yeah.
a paladin.
Paladin of Glory.
You'd like to take down.
I suppose there'd be a couple nice notches in my belt.
And you brute force of a man.
Look at this absolute specimen.
You're
He
muted,
can
man.
kill so many things.
You're muted. I can see your lips move, but
Am I unmuted now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright, sorry. Yeah, there was a moment where I had to sneeze and I forgot to unmute myself afterwards.
you've probably been talking this whole time.
You know, I've been known to kill a thing or two in my time.
Couple more notches in that ox of yours. That axe of yours.
I mean, my mom didn't
This
raise
bad
me.
boy can kill so many skeletons.
And I do like treasure, I'm just saying.
Well,
So now that you've sweet talked each of us, is there anything else we're getting besides just whatever we can rob from the dead to make them even more angry?
yes. We have a couple magical items that we would like to give you guys, at least to help us and help you. We're not going to give you them beforehand because, I mean, right now we're still trying to make sure that they're good and they're not cursed or anything. If we don't have one set aside that is good enough by the time you come back, then we'll definitely owe you. But we will have some magical weapons for you guys when you guys come back.
That could be useful.
Hopefully we don't run into any ghosts. Then.
Why? You
well,
scared?
no, they make my skin crawl, but I don't
Roll
think...
a religion check, please.
Yeah,
Both of you
I'm not
that are
100% sure,
Religion.
but I don't know what a regular axe can do to someone who's already dead.
Don't worry, I still got breath too, don't forget that.
It's true. Can
Okay.
you melt ghosts?
Lithwi, as you know,
It changes everything.
it's really hard for an average weapon to hit a ghost. I mean, they're ethereal, so, you know, normal things go straight through them.
Yeah. So, if there are ghosts, maybe you should be scared.
Oh.
Does anybody have any weapons that can hit a ghost?
Well, I can smite things. And
Okay.
I have this spell called Divine Favor that lets my weapon attacks deal an additional d4 radiant damage when I hit stuff.
Okay. And Mr. Muscles?
I mean, I could breathe on something?
Stinky breath over there.
Seems
The
real
worst
reliable.
breath in the universe.
Okay.
Have you smelled Eek's breath? Don't be coming at me like that.
Yeah,
but
what about
Eek?
Eek?
Mustangs. Oh, we
What
should
about Eek?
probably
What's he gonna
find
do?
something for Eek. Eek,
Yes?
Could puke on him.
do you have anything that could deal with ghosts?
He goes... Ghost?
Eek has not been paying attention at all.
No, he's been like mesmerized by the light underneath ground. Was like, I've never seen this before. Every time that I've gone underground, I've only had to use my eyes. Where is this light coming from? Like it, you could just see like the like confusion, thoughtlessness, but like full of inquisitive like nature, but not at all just zoning out with what you guys are saying.
So, here's a question.
Mhm.
Being a paladin with training in religion, and being like a very, like, being trained in basically all the weapons you can think of, would Gorthon know that, for the most part, silver weapons can be used effectively against undead?
Silver weapons can, right? That is what it is.
As far as I'm aware, unless it specifically says otherwise. because I know a lot of creatures have in their resistance tables resistance to non-magical attacks from non-silvered weapons. Like werewolves have that.
Yeah. So let me see here. Hey, Roll20 might have an answer here. Just a quick
check ski.
Yeah. Yes. So I would say between the knowledge of both you and Lithwy, and because Lithwy rolled so high on the roll, you would probably both know that at least you, Gorthon, would know that silvered weapons have something to do with possibly. You remember something about silvered weapons and ghosts, and the ethereal essentially. And Lithwy remembers that, like she feels the voice in the back of her head, kind of, silvered weapons will bring the dead back to me.
Right. So, if you guys can't provide enchanted weapons at this time, is there any chance we could get some silvered weapons?
If you have the coin, we might have the ability to silver the weapons for you. We have a blacksmith out in town, who might be able to help you with that.
Wait, so you want us to do you a favor, but you want us to pay to do your favor?
I mean, we're gonna provide you we're gonna pay you afterwards, which will definitely cover the costs of silvering the weapons beforehand, and then give you magical weapons on top of that when you guys return.
Right.
I'm gonna need some money up front.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Oh, and if we come across things that scare others, I know a spell called Heroism that will
Good.
bolster us.
That is a nat
I
one.
ain't a
That
fool.
is a nat one.
You
I went
have
from
to
a nat
take
20 earlier
one.
to a nat 1.
Denied.
She goes, at this time, we can't provide you with any money up front. A lot of it's being spent on making our weapons ourselves, and a lot of it is spent with, upkeeping the facade and making sure that everything isn't seen by the outside world right now. So, as you can kind of see, there's a lot of upkeep in trying to make sure, that Lithwy might understand, in the sense of magic, that a lot of money goes into maintaining magic.
Well, it's fine. We can just use a little bit of coin now for a good reward later, but like you said, if those weapons aren't up to par, you will owe us.
Of course.
Alright.
I'll send a letter to my father to see if he can send a political envoy out here. Because I think if we have something that we nation-wide we can offer each other, I think it would be a very beneficial alliance. Especially if we share a potential common enemy.
Aye, yeah. It would be appreciated.
So, send some mail and then go get weapons? Let's set up the weapons first, that'll take a while.
Yeah, I'll cover the weapons getting silvered, mostly because I feel bad about the whole elf thing. And I realized you
Thanks.
literally said what kind of elf you are earlier this session,
and it split my mind almost immediately.
I was gonna say, when we came into town, I think I was like, I said it like, oh, they're not wood elves, they're high elves and moon elves, and
Yeah.
Like, my brain didn't put two and two together and then immediately abandoned the information.
It's okay. I constantly forget your names. I'm really bad with names, so it's fine.
I've actually written down everybody, the notepad I was doing for names and such. I've wrote down everybody's player names, what they are, and some little things about them so I don't forget.
Alright.
okay.
Well,
Let's go down to her and see if we can get this done.
Do you guys have a map of the area?
Right now I see
Well-
the same one. The
I assume there's a
no.
smithy in the merchant's corner.
well, me and Draco here went all up and down this town earlier, so I feel like we have a good idea of where stuff might be.
We meant of the area, like
yeah.
Oh.
like
That we
not
can
just the
see.
town, but the
Oh no, we don't have a map of the area.
Yeah, we just see the town.
The town.
She marks. I don't have a map yet, but she marks an island off the coast here, on a little map that she had, of the town, and then kind of a little bit of the province. You can kind of see a few other towns just south of you, and then the province kind of ends just north of this town here. But off the coast, you actually see a small little island that's surrounded by mountains, and then there's a little town in the center of the mountains. And she says, "This is the town here."
It'd be a relatively easily defended area, but also if you get invaders in there, hard to escape. One of those double-edged sword situations.
Especially if they destroy all of your escape routes. So,
Let's get some silver weapons and then be on our way, I guess.
and we'll provide you directions to the place. Or rather, a ride to the place, of course. So-
Right.
Okay. And then she says, "Yes, the blacksmith is down in this area over here."
Let's go to this smithy, get to know him, get a gauge for what kind of person he is, and then get down to haggling.
Yeah, let's tell them that we're doing a favor for the town and we need a discount. We need to save money.
And we are silvering in bulk. Because we got a silver... Your axe, my axe, is it a mace or...
I have axe and javelins. That's it.
Your javelins too.
I just have a mace.
Silver, your mace, we gotta get some silver tipped arrows.
For the bow,
for
yeah.
Eek, and silver his sword, because I always forget he has one.
He does have
Is there
scimitar,
a character sheet for Eek that isn't just the goblin sheet yet?
I need to change it to... see if I can do...
Silver Eek's scimitar.
Also, if anyone has any shields, you might want to silver those shields. Just added protection.
Silver in the sheets. Hell.
Let me see here. Create new character, Eek.
Choose your character.
Choose your character.
Let me use the restroom real quick.
Okay.
Actually, why don't we take a little break? I'm gonna build his, before we take you guys to the, and then, because I'll use the restroom after the building his character sheet the right way.
Gotcha.
So,
Hi, chat. Welcome to the air quotes halftime show.
Fun. Perfect. So, alright, as I build this here, what did I say his clan name was? You wrote that down, right?
My clan name?
No, Ubek.
Eeks?
Ukbek.
Ugbek. The goblin?
Yeah. Because he was of the Ukbek clan.
Oh,
That was back in the sewers.
so that would be Eek's clan, the Ugbek clan. I did not write down his clan name. I just had Eek the goblin.
Someone wrote it down in the journal entries in Foundry.
In Foundry, I originally had my note page put as NPCs, and I had Sal and Eek on there. I've since updated that to people of note and notes, but I didn't know Eek's clan.
I said it in the game when you guys were interrogating him, but it was a...
Is it Ugbek? Like UG?
No, Ookbek.
Oh, okay.
It's right there. It's under... So if you go... Let me see if I can...
I also gave Eek the handle of Eek the Lucky. If he doesn't have the lucky feat, I will be surprised. Because that goblin does work.
Alright, let me...
I think in journal entries, I just have the cultist cave journal entries. And my journal entry that I made.
The lowest was... So 17... $8.
Alright, I've got a big old bag of baked goods from the oldest bakery in Korea. Because I went there yesterday.
Yeah.
The line for the main bakery was very long, so I went to the secondary bakery.
Yeah, that's the problem with really good shops. Everybody wants to line up.
Yeah.
4... and
Probably put some of these in the fridge. I'll be back.
Oh, quick question.
Yes.
Whenever I leveled up, I took an extra cantrip, and it didn't show up on my sheet. How do I add that? Because I tried to just hit add, and it just gave me a new one.
Let me... I'll do it for you at first, but
Oh, okay.
I'll try to...
Yep,
let me...
finish what you're doing. I was just gonna... If I could
Yeah.
do it myself, I was gonna do it.
You actually can. You can.
Oh.
I just have to remember how to do it to be able to do it, so...
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. It's just like...
You're fine.
I've used Foundry just a little bit more than you guys, so...
I would share with the class, but you're all far away.
10, 11, 10, 17. What class did you decide he was going to be?
I was thinking, because he tends to be more of like closer to the rogue side, the expert side class? Or sidekick? Sorry.
I actually just rolled his
Those are all his stats?
Those are all his stats.
He's got a pretty good layout.
Oh, I missed a 15. Let's do 15 for charisma.
He's a charismatic Giblin.
Well, it's good. It'll change here because I gotta do the actual goblin import stats too. Let's see here. An 11 for strength. So 11 strength, 17 dexterity, 10 constitution, 10 intelligence, 10 wisdom, 15 to charisma before the before importing the race. Races and sub-races.
I heard in the newest D&D book that they've kind of soft released with 2 other books that they've already released. They're giving goblins and such, or goblinoids, more of a Fey background, which I kind of like because it kind of plays more into mythology.
That's kind of cool. I like the direction that I took with the kind of like a tiefling goblin.
Yeah, the little fiend goblins are nice. I like that. Like, there's some fiendish blood in there, but it's been diluted past the point of tiefling. So they're still technically goblins, but they got those traits.
Yeah. Import. So he's gonna have a +2 to dexterity.
With a
Charismatic?
17? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
17, so +2 to dexterity, and then +1 to any other score.
That would give him a 19 in dex. Damn.
And he speaks Goblin, of course.
He is learned in common.
Yeah, and choose one language preference. Exotic language. I'm gonna give him that he speaks Orcish too. And I
Okay.
can.
He probably knows Orcish better than common.
Yeah. So you. Yeah. Yeah. And then, so he's got a 11 in strength, 19 in dexterity, 10 constitution, 10 intelligence, 10 wisdom, and 16 charisma. So he's charismatic.
He's my boy.
Makes sense on why he's still alive.
Yeah.
Would give him the lucky feat too, but that's up to you. Because that's a damn lucky goblin. Like, he's got so many clutch kills just in the last session.
Yeah, I'll give him that. Classes and subclasses. Let's see. I don't know if I can import him as a.
It lets you make him as a sidekick.
I don't know if Foundry does that.
Yeah.
I have not found that yet, but that's okay.
Because I know D&D Beyond has all the sidekicks pre-made at every level.
So we're gonna do Rogue with him.
Yeah, I think that fits in best.
Okay.
He's very sneaky.
Import.
He's got that bonus action hide.
Did we say that he was level 2 now?
Yeah, level 2.
Okay. He is proficient in acrobatics. Perception and stealth, and then what else do you think that he should be? So acrobatics, athletics, deception, insight, intimidation, investigation, perception, performance, persuasion, sleight of hand, or stealth.
Stealth, definitely.
Yeah, perception is what I put there. Acrobatics is what I put there.
Oddly enough, I think survival would fit Eek very well, if
It's
that's
not-
an option.
It's not an option for a rogue. Or
Okay.
for-
I don't think he was perceptive before.
I'm gonna say athletics because he had kind of the background as kind of a foot soldier.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Actually, I'm gonna do. We'll do performance, and we'll give him the background of a soldier.
That makes sense. Because I know the backgrounds give proficiencies in and of themselves.
These tools. Okay. Importing. Close. And then backgrounds. Soldier. Import. Okay. Use default. So yeah. From the Okay, skip that. Okay, and cool. He is officially a character. Let me.
Soon my boy will be a real boy.
I'm a real boy.
A real boy who can fight God.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man!
Who lives on Drury Lane?
Who lives
Yes,
on
I know
Drury-
the Muffin Man.
How much gold did he have? He had. Do you know?
He's a rich guy. Hold on. I have it on the old sheet. He has 520 gold. The richest
20.
goblin to ever live.
Yeah. He doesn't have any copper or anything, right?
No, it's all gold.
Okay. He is very rich.
Ye-
He is very rich and very.
I make sure my boy is paid.
Yes. Oh, he does a Fey ancestry in here too. Okay.
That must have been... They must have updated that on Foundry then. Neat.
Yes. You have advantage on saving throws to make to avoid the end charmed condition on yourself.
Look at my little fey boy. Look at him go.
Okay. And now I can configure permissions. Give Corey owner. Save changes.
Oh boy.
Is there anything else that needs to be transferred over to him?
Let me see. He doesn't have nimble escape anymore, but I think that was just because that's an NPC goblin thing. No, wait, no, never mind, it's there.
It's under features. It's a goblin thing.
Yeah. Fury of the Small.
Yep.
The Lucky Feet, I love it.
And I'll give him that because for one, he's younger and lower level than you are, so it makes sense to kind of give him a little bit of something to kind of survive a little bit better.
Right. And rogues have is it a D8 or a D6 health?
It's a D8.
Okay.
I rolled
so I'm
it earlier.
guessing, yeah. He only has 11 hit points.
That's okay.
I'm guessing you decided not to just take the medium for that.
Nope, I had him roll. And I wasn't the lowest, so... Which is fine, he's a level 2.
Right.
So, you're going to play him like he's still scared, he's still learning, so...
He'll stick to the back, but now he has sneak attack.
Yeah. And now he's an actual level 2 rogue.
Right.
Okay.
I guess once he gets to it, we gotta think about what kind of rogue we want him to be once he hits level 3. But that can be a conversation for later.
Yeah, I personally would say, actually I was looking at it. Hold on, import. Class and subclass. No. Wrong one. Import. Classes and subclasses. Possibly just a thief. Or,
Yeah,
I mean, he could also have levels in fighter, or have levels in other. He can always multi-class as well.
True.
But now he can also, pick locks.
What if we made him a multi-class bard?
That's up to you, because you're gonna help him do whatever he needs to do, because he's got a high charisma, so it would make sense for bard.
Yeah, he's got the dex and charisma to multi-class into bard. That's for sure.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna be right back, and then I'm gonna help Lithwi with her import there.
Sounds good. What should we do with the old Eek stat block?
Just in case, I'm gonna keep it at least through this session, and then I can just delete it. So,
I guess Eek has picked up a thing or two from Gorthon.
Yeah, that's...
And now there's stuff that Gorthon could learn from Eek because he's now more charismatic than him.
Just because he's more charismatic doesn't mean that he's more charismatic in a way.
Right.
Like, he could be charismatic in the sense of, like, ooh, look at
He's
me,
good
I'm a
at
goblin.
Yeah. He's good at convincing people not to kill him.
That's exactly it. Like, he's able to be like, ha, 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 don't kill me! Like, crying in a corner because it keeps him from dying.
In that case, because I noticed he's proficient in intimidation, should we switch that to persuasion?
That comes from the soldier background.
Ah, right. Never mind.
And it makes sense as a soldier background to have that. But
right. To anyone other than hardened adventurers, he'd probably be pretty intimidating.
yeah, I mean, like, especially with other goblins around him, you probably have that, like, oh, look at me, I'm a big giant, well, not giant goblin, but I'm a
goblin and I'm not alone. If you mess with me, I'll kill you.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. I will be right back. I'm going to turn off my camera for a second, and then mute my mic.
Alright, chat.
Hey,
Welcome to the Gorthon Halftime Show.
I'll be right back, Jesse. And then
Okay.
I'll help you with your adding, was it a spell, right? Or the cantrip? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. Our boy Eek is now a good bit stronger. He's also faster now. Well, more dexterous. Should be good. He is now a strong boy.
So what you're telling me is you made it harder for me to prank him.
Well, his wisdom... He doesn't have a minus to wisdom anymore. But he doesn't have a plus either.
Well, I have like a +5 to wisdom, so I think I'll be alright.
Yeah. And, I think he... Let's see. He didn't have a minus to intelligence, so his intelligence has not changed. It is still 10. So it would probably be relatively easy to prank him, honestly. But if it's gonna be any, like, dex saving throw based pranks or anything, he'd probably be able to get out of it a lot easier now. He also has a 16 to charisma now. So if we wanted to make him into a bard, that's an option.
Hey, sounds good. I mean, we've already got him playing music.
Right?
I actually kind of think a bard wouldn't be a half bad idea.
Making Ika bard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have anything even closely similar to a bard right now, so.
Right. It would give us a good, like, kind of versatile support role. Give him vicious mockery, he can taunt enemies, give him disadvantage.
I don't really fully know how bards are played, but if they have anything with arrows, he's been doing swell with the arrows lately.
Right?
Except for that last little bit there.
Yeah.
He really let us down where it counted.
It's fine. He was trying.
He can't be lucky forever, right?
Right. You gotta run out of those luck points eventually.
You're right.
He also does have the lucky feat.
Hey.
So if he ever rolls, he can spend a point to give himself advantage. Or re-roll.
That's not half bad.
Before the outcome is determined, he can choose which... So basically giving himself advantage, yeah.
Yeah.
I've run a bard before, and bards can be a lot of fun.
Yeah. They seem like it.
Yeah.
But he's got to work on his performance.
Well, he is now proficient in performance.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
It's like he's already halfway there.
Yep. Oh, goodness.
And I mean, you're basically his Lord and Savior at this point, so no matter what you want him to be, he'll be it.
I just gotta have... We just need somebody to teach him those skills.
But isn't it more fun if you just toss him to the sharks?
In a way.
Learn by doing. No, that would not end well, I'm sure.
Probably not. He might come back as a barbarian. Just roll a d12, that's his multi-class.
We've already got one of those around here. We don't need to make another.
Would be interesting.
I'll just say I'm kind of glad you're the one with the little buddy and not one of us.
Yeah,
It's hard enough just learning my own class for the first time.
got it. I gotcha. Hey, I probably wouldn't even be willing to run Eek if I didn't also DM. Because it's a lot to keep track of. Like, even just 2 characters, there's so many abilities you have to keep track of.
Yeah.
Like, I enjoy DMing on my end. I do have a lot of fun doing it. But, like, once you get into the combat bit, it can be so easy to lose track of who's fighting or whose turn it is.
Yeah.
Like, say you got a party of 4 adventurers, kind of like us, and you want to throw a relatively even challenge at them. You got, like, 3 lower CR creatures and 1 higher CR creature, and you have to control all 4 of those creatures, if not more creatures, to go up against the party, while also keeping track of what the party can do. So you're like, you don't accidentally overpower them by too much, or make the encounter a cakewalk.
Yeah. I was, when I was learning about all of this, like, just trying to figure out what the heck was going on and, like, how it all worked, I was reading somewhere that, like, one DM, he didn't actually keep track of how much damage his, like, big boss at the end was receiving, and he was just like, I picked, you know, spells and things that would do a moderate amount of damage so that it would still feel like their life was on the line, but whatever. And then he's like, well, how did you know when the fight was over? And he was like, when it stopped being fun. I think so he didn't even care about, like, how much damage the boss was receiving. He was just like, we kept going as long as it was fun.
I think I've actually seen that somewhere before.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty cool way to do it.
Yeah, it is very interesting.
Of course. Less to keep track of.
Right.
But again, I have no idea how DMing works, so...
Or if you're not the best at reading social cues, like I sometimes am, you might not be able to tell when an encounter isn't fun for the players anymore.
Yeah.
For the most part, I think, at least for levels 1 through 10-ish, the CR system is pretty well put together for making actually interesting and challenging encounters, but once you start getting above that range, it gets a little bit out of control, you know?
Yeah, that's what I heard. That it's like most games are made for like 1 through 10, and then they just kind of end there.
Right.
Not a lot of people go over 10 because of that reason.
That's pretty true.
Yeah, it's I believe it's because of how 5e is designed. It was taking a lot of the more accessible features from 3 and 3.5 and making them accessible. And since like the end goal of 5th edition was to make D&D more accessible and easier to understand for more players, it means those earlier levels, you get a lot more focus. Like, sure, you can have your high-level campaigns, but unless you start homebrewing things, like, pretty hard, you're going to start running out of challenges.
Yeah.
I hope they reprint the Tarrasque, but even the Tarrasque in the standard Monsters Manual is, for 5e, is kind of underwhelming. Like, it has no answer to ranged attacks. Sure, it has 5 attacks and a lot of hit points. That's about all it's got. Sorry, I'm getting too into, like, the mechanical politics of D&D.
No, you're fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about, like, the end game or the mechanics of it, so feel free to share anytime. The more I know, right?
What spell were you trying to import?
Thaumaturgy. I took it as an extra cantrip because I get an extra cantrip slot, and it didn't give it to me.
Well, I like Thaumaturgy.
I figured it would be pretty versatile, and we don't really have anything like that so far, so...
Yeah. It doesn't do a whole lot in combat,
but
it has a lot of very interesting, like, world interaction opportunities.
Well, I already have pretty much the best possible battle cantrips I can have, so...
Right.
There you go. They gave it to you.
Thank you!
Yeah.
I even tried to look that up online, like how to add it, and I just couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, it's alright. It's a little difficult. It's not quite, like... There is a way to do it that's... Let me see here. There's other ways to do it than the way I did it, too. But the way I did it was just go into the spell list. Where did you go? It's, the compendium packs. On the... right next to the settings. On the right-hand side.
Oh.
And then you scroll down to spells. Click that, and then type in Thaumaturgy, and you can drag and drop it onto your character sheet.
Okay. I was trying to figure out where the compendium was. I didn't realize it was a tab.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Now I know.
Yep. I had to remember how to do it, so that's why I was like, And there's different compendiums that I have that allow us to use the different books and stuff too, so.
Okay.
So that's just one of the ways to do it. So if it's in something else, then we can pull it from something else. So, anyways. And then there are still bugs, so like if you do level up and it gives you an extra, like for you, it gave you an extra, cantrip, but it didn't actually add it, then it would have... That's the way you can kind of fix it, like, here, let me just manually add it instead.
Yeah. Okay.
So. Anyways, if we want to get back to the game... Actually, let me grab some Advil real quick and some water. Because I didn't do that while I was away, but that's just going to be a second.
Can you believe it, folks? We're level 4. Did you ever think we'd make it this far?
I was really hoping.
Yeah, same. And if we run into any diseased animals, let me take a point because I'm immune to diseases.
Oh, that's convenient.
Yeah.
And you have detect good and evil, right? Because I think earlier you were saying you had like protection from it, so I figured you might have detect it.
I have access to that spell, but I do not have it prepared.
Ah, okay.
I also have the paladin ability Divine Sense.
Uh-huh. So what's the difference between prepared and not prepared? Like, you have access to all of your spells, but...
So the difference between prepared and unprepared spells are... The unprepared spells are just spells that you have access to. Like, these are the spells that you are aware of and know. Prepared spells are the spells from that list of spells that you can cast for the day. Like, think of it... It's kind of a remnant of older editions where wizards would, like, they had to have a spell prepped for each spell slot. And in this edition, it's more of a simplified, like, these are the numbers that you can prepare. And if you have a spell slot equal to that level of spell or higher, you can use that spell with that spell slot. As long as you have the spell slots able to cast it, you can cast the spell, but you have to be prepared. An exception to this are, because you're a cleric, and you have the ritual casting ability. If a spell has the ritual casting tag, basically by increasing the cast time, you can basically cast it for free, and it doesn't have to be prepared.
The caveat to that is that that's not usable really in combat, or really feasible in combat, because it takes, an hour for some ritual casts? Or 10 minutes?
Some ritual casts are an hour.
10 minutes for
others,
some.
Yeah. And since ritual casting, you take longer to cast the spell for free, even if the ritual is a minute long, you're adding 10 minutes onto it.
Okay.
So it's not really feasible in combat, because are you really going to sit there for 10
minutes
rounds?
Yeah.
Well, not even 10 rounds, like much more than 10 rounds to cast this spell.
Because every round is technically 6 seconds.
Yeah. So let's see, that would be... 1 minute would be...
1 minute would be 10 rounds, and then times 10 is 100. 100
so
rounds.
that would be 100 rounds. Are you going to sit there for 100 rounds?
Right.
And it's... These little time requirements, I did learn a little bit, actually, are actually kind of a conversion from some of the stuff from 4E, where things were at will, action, or once per turn, once per combat, or per encounter, and then once per day. It's kind of a conversion of that.
Okay.
But, yeah, for the most part, you're not going to be using many ritual spells in combat anyway. So if you have a useful ritual spell that has combat benefits, it's something that... And if you know a combat is coming up, you can say, okay, I'm going to cast this as a ritual, do my thing. You can describe what the ritual is if you so desire. Or like what you do to complete the ritual if you want. And then the spell, you get the bust from the spell.
So
Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
I guess it would make much more sense if you were doing it in the moment.
No,
but I guess,
yeah.
Yeah.
No, I get it.
I was going to say, I think she gets it.
Yeah. But I guess to circle back to the original point, The prepared spells are the spells that you pick out of your spell list, which as a cleric is all of the cleric spells.
Yeah.
And deciding, okay, which ones do I want to be able to cast today?
Yeah.
And for specifically clerics, you can change those out.
I think it's at the start of every day.
Yeah, air quotes during a long rest,
Yeah.
but you can just change them out at the end of a long rest. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
It seems needlessly complicated, but I understand
Yeah.
the explanation.
Right.
Don't necessarily agree, but I do understand the explanation, and that's the rules, so that's what it is.
Yeah.
There are exceptions to rules. A lot of the time when I'm playing with newer players, I don't include all of the rules to kind of allow it to just be more fun.
Right.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure I have cast non-prepared spells.
That's fine.
I think I've done that once or twice without thinking about it too.
And like I said, that's fine in my games, especially because like I want this to be fun. I want this to be kind of entertaining. I want the story to kind of roll along. Like you're not gonna. When you get more serious and into a more serious game, you're gonna have more people who will, like, gold is weight. And then
some people care about the encumbrance rule, some people don't. A lot of people don't.
A lot of people don't, because it's another little tiny thing that you have to keep in, like, track of.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's a little bit too much sometimes when you're trying to be like, oh, how much is in your pack? Oh, you're encumbered, you can't move. Or
it kind of like stops the fun for needless reasons.
Yeah. If you are playing more of a style of game kind of like this, where the point isn't like, ooh, gritty and we're surviving against all odds, and it's more of like we're on this epic quest to do epic things.
Yeah.
Then things like encumbrance and even the prepared and non-prepared spell lists are negotiable.
And one of the things that I've read recently is that as a DM, your players want to feel like heroes. They want to feel like they're the main story, right? Like that's what you're playing as.
Yeah.
And the whole point as a DM is to try to help you feel that way, because it's not necessarily like it's not my story, but it is my story.
Yeah.
It's my background, and it's really the story of your characters.
Yeah. Cool. I've always thought of D&D as collaborative storytelling. The DM lays out the world and gives you plot lines to follow. But at the end of the day, the players are writing the story.
Yeah.
The DM just makes the events that the story revolves around.
And as you get more attuned to it, you'll make more decisions, and you'll get more kind of ideas on what you can do, because you can literally do anything. It's just a matter of, like, is it within your ability to be able to do that?
Yeah.
And if you try to do that, are you going to fail horribly at it? And how are you going to fail horribly at it?
Right.
So.
It's kind of like when, for Critical Role, Matt Mercer, the DM for them, always says, you can certainly try. Because you can try to do anything.
Yeah, but
whether
success is not guaranteed.
Yeah, whether you succeed or not is besides the point. But you can still try.
Yes, that is.
Alright.
Alright. Are we ready to play again?
Hold on. Alright, Gothorn is ready to rock and roll.
I've got a nice sweatshirt with the AC pointed right at me now. I need to...
Yeah, the heat has been on high for the past week.
Yeah, I got tired of it and hooked up the AC, and I was like, this still isn't helping as much as it should.
Right. Like, here I was, sitting pretty. We're hovering around 69. in the room. Basically the perfect temperature to try and fall asleep to, and suddenly I'm at 74, and I can't get it to go back down.
And it's because they really do have those vents on high.
And the kicker is, it was colder before! And they turned out the heat when it warmed up! And I don't get it!
Yep. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yep, as we were. Anyways, so, as you guys are exiting the Elder Hall, you guys get, quick directions over to the Merchant's Corner for the blacksmith. The blacksmith greets you. Welcome in. Can I help you with anything today?
Yes, we are looking to get our weapons silvered, and also like to get our hands on some silver arrows, if that would be possible.
Yeah. How many silver arrows do you want, and how many weapons do you need to be silvered?
We need... Let's see. I've got 5 javelins, a battle axe. Draco, you have a great axe? Is that right?
Great axe of 4 javelins.
Great axe and 4 javelins. It's 11. Luthwy, you have your mace. You don't have anything beyond that, right?
I have a crossbow.
Okay, so we'll need silvered crossbow bolts for you. But like, proper simple weapons wise, that's 12. Then we got Eek, he's gonna need to get his 2 daggers silvered and his scimitar silvered, so that's 15 weapons.
Alright, and how many, did you say how many bolts you need? Or how many arrows?
So...
I have
sorry.
I have 18 arrows that could be silvered. But I hardly ever use them, so I wouldn't worry about too many of them.
Right. How about we get, to add to your current amount of arrows, your current amount of bolts and Eek's arrows, let's get 10 silver crossbow bolts and 10 arrows? That sound alright to you guys?
So...
Are you sure Eek will be good with 10? He's been using his bow a lot lately.
Honestly, we haven't... I haven't exactly been tracking Eek's ammunition. If that's something that the DM wants me to start doing, I will.
Okay.
For special things, keep track of, but the normal stuff, don't worry about it.
Got it.
So for your non-silvered bolts, don't worry about those. You essentially have infinite. But keep track of your silvered ones.
Bolts are essentially like... they're cheap. So... it's like your casting supplies and everything else like that. Like... they're... I'm not...
a lot of it is easy to find.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, anyways, as we were, so 15 weapons plus a set of bolts and a set of arrows. Is that correct?
Yes. All silvered, yes.
All silvered. I could do that about, since you're doing it in bulk, let's do it 1,500?
1,500 gold.
Yeah, that's about 200 gold off the total cost of what it would normally cost.
I think that's more gold than we all... like, not all more than we have combined, but that's a lot.
Now, we are getting this stuff silvered in order to go on a mission for the town.
Yeah, we're all...
Does that help this cost at all?
Job on behalf of the Elder Council. We're going to this, abandoned town?
Yeah, the island.
It's on that floating island?
Yeah, let me see. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check. Who has the higher persuasion?
We do about half that, and we put a good word in for you with the council.
I only have a
have
+1
a-
persuasion.
I have a +4.
So
Okay.
you go.
Roll with advantage since you guys are both helping.
Alright. Rolling with advantage. 17. And that was a 1 on the other side.
Yeah, I
Good
saw
thing.
that. I saw that. The first one that rolled was a 1. The one that stopped rolling afterwards was a
Yeah.
13 plus 4. So,
Thank goodness for advantage.
Oh, that would have been real bad.
yeah. How about I do it for? You said you'll put in a good word with me with the council, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll give you 800.
800. Alright.
So that'll cover pretty much the cost of the silver, and how much silver I need to be able to coat each of the weapons. I could probably have it in a day or two, ready for you.
Is there any way you can have it sooner?
Kind
of a important mission.
I can't actually do it any sooner. It's gonna be
well,
one of those things where I it's not like dipping a sword in silver. It's
Yeah.
rehardening the silver on top of it, making sure that it's plated the correct way.
Gotta try not to damage or weaken the hardness of the metal that's already there.
Correct. Making
Okay.
sure the electrolysis helps bind the metal to the silver to the steel.
Right, so guys, full disclosure, even 800 gold is almost all of my money.
Yeah.
So,
Here I've got. You can use 200 of mine.
one from you. Eek, you want to pitch in?
Say we use Angar's share.
It'd be mostly that. All of that is including Angar's share.
So, Eek's like, and then
Okay.
like just kind of like holds out his hands like.
Alright. So, Eek, how about you throw in 100, and we'll get your stuff silvered, and we'll be good.
1, 2.
That's a
Does
good
he know
boy,
how to
Eek.
count to 100?
I'll help you get to 100 here in a minute.
1, 2.
7. But
25. Pixie fairy dust.
Alright, it's okay, Eek. I'll count it out.
Lint piece.
Ooh, a ladybug! Alright, so I take 100 from Eek, putting him down to 420. Blaze it.
Nice.
Taking 200 from Leafly. At least 500 left.
We have 150 for me.
Okay, 150. That's 450. That brings it to 350 left. That's gonna bring me down to 544 gold after taking that off. So that should be a total of 800 gold.
Okay.
Alright, there you are, good sir. After I count out Eek's money.
Well,
800 gold.
appreciate that. If you want, I guess my calling logo, calling logo. Here's a copy for each of you. It's just my the store's logo.
Business cards.
What was that?
He gives us business cards.
not business cards, but they're like little pieces of metal that you could like tie to your. It's not like, or you can put in your
It
pocket.
a maker's mark on it.
Yeah.
What is
They're
it
like-
made out of?
Iron.
Probably iron or tin or something.
Like
How much is iron worth?
pewter? Like a couple copper.
Damn. I was gonna go sell to someone else.
It's not iron. It's like pot metal. Like he just had him casted essentially.
Okay.
They're like coins or something.
Yeah.
A whole bunch so you can.
Think of like a challenge coin.
Yeah, kind of like
Right.
that.
But like with someone's logo on it, like, or like, I handed you this patch.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, now you have a patch that you can put on. So,
Yeah. And you can tell everyone where you got it from. Right, so this will take a couple days to get done, so... Is anything around town you guys want to do? I know I wanted to get myself on one of those big old tea cakes.
Sure.
Are you alright, Lethally? You've been a little out of sorts since we got here.
Fine. It's all fine.
Alright. If you say so. If you want to talk, I'm here.
Do not, but thank you.
Right, let's get some tea cakes done. Probably should find an inn.
you guys know where the inn is. You guys came into the inn when you guys first got there.
So I'm gonna go to that botanist that they pointed out to me before.
Yep, the botanist is next, like just a couple doors down from the blacksmith.
Alright.
Well, hell, welcome here. You big fella, ain't ya?
Well, yes, I am, and I am here to procure your finest cake of tea.
Cake of
Tea cake,
Tea.
like the big circular thing that's made of compressed tea leaves that you just kind of break a little bit off of and use over years and years and years. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. You hold up here. He's actually got a whole display of like teapots, and then like your tea tea pets, and like for
Right.
everything for doing like a normal like tea ceremony type of thing, and traditional of going through the actual
Could probably also use a nice kettle, sir. Teapot, a little tea candle, the whole 9 yards. Very nice. How much is your best tea cake and a good tea set gonna cost me?
Well, the tea set will be about 5 silver, and the tea cake will be about for the best one, about 25 gold.
Alright. Could you do 20? And I'll recommend your shop to my father, who is current lord of the Stone Touch clan.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
That's a real good roll. Apparently,
yeah.
Gorthon's father is a legendary tea connoisseur.
Yeah. Has your father been in here before?
Has Gorthon's father been to this place before?
I would say he might have in his younger years. Maybe just after the Orc War. But not necessarily recently, not within your current knowledge.
possibly he's been here before, but I'm trying to establish diplomatic relations between the Elder Council and my clan, so he could visit.
Well, yeah. Just tell your father to stop by and let him know that. What was your name?
Gorthon.
Gorthon. Of
Gorthon
which tribe?
Stone Tusk.
Which tribe?
Stone Tusk.
Stone Tusk. Alright. Gorthon Stone Tusk. Got it. And he writes your name down in a book. And expect
He's gonna put it in his window. Recommended by Gorthon Stone Tusk, son of Gore Stone Tusk, legendary tea connoisseur.
My name is Commander Shepard.
And I approve this message.
And I approve this message. And I approve, what was it? My name is Commander Shepard, and what was it? I approve of this business in the Citadel, or something like that.
Right.
Did you ever play Mass Effect?
I have not, but I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Anyways, so, yeah. Yeah, alright, I'll put your picture right here. And he quickly draws, like, a picture of you. Alright, go. I got your tusks, and then...
For freehand.
I've got a little time on my hands, and I just kind of, like, I pick up drawing.
Back.
And he brings back an amazing, just quick sketch of you.
I thought someone was gonna pull out like an Arcana Punk camera.
No, not yet.
Very good. Oh, we'll see you around.
Alright. You have a good day now.
You too. And Gorthon takes his bag that I assume he was given to carry his thing.
Yes. Just a small little, like, cloth satchel with a couple rope to kind of keep it together. And keep it from clinging together on top of itself so it doesn't break apart. It's a nice stone teapot.
Nicely clay pot. Very nice, very nice. So, I'm guessing the bag has like his store's logo on it.
No, it's just a plain burlap sack, essentially.
Fair enough. Right, so Gorthon goes to meet back up with everybody. Alright, I've got tea.
Okay. No.
Draco's like, tea. Got it. Cool. It's not me.
That's
Yeah.
fair. That's fair. It's not fair.
Where's the ale?
Let's go get a room set up at the tavern. Unless there's anything else you guys want to do.
Nope.
Right.
We walked this whole town earlier today.
Right?
Okay.
How
We're
was that, by the way? See anything interesting, and then we go off.
So, as you catch him up on, like, walking the town and everything, he gets to see it over the next day or so. We're gonna fast forward a little bit and kind of... So you guys don't have to walk and decide what you're gonna be doing for the next 30 minutes while I'm like... Anyways. You guys go back to, the smithy. And
he's dead.
Dun dun dun! No. Alright, I got your civil weapons there for you. It's, we already got your payment and, everything's ready. Yeah. Everything went well. No issues severing and, attaching, or plating the metal. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much, kind sir.
I hope to see you all again.
I
And
offer my hand for a handshake.
he takes your hand and quickly shakes it with his two meaty like paws, essentially.
Give him a good shake. And all right, thank you much.
You realize that you give him a good shake, but he doesn't move very much. He might be a little
bit.
bit.
They're solid folk.
Yeah. He's very solid. So, as you get ready, Draknir meets you out by the ferry and says, "Alright, that's really not his voice. But I'll think of a better voice for him later.
Fair.
Alright, we'll help you get to the island. We'll tell the captain to drop you off. There are docks outside. However, that's about as close as the boat will be able to take you. It'll be just a short walk from the docks to the old town, and wish you the best of luck. I would probably look for the intel in either the old town hall there, or possibly one of the towers. That's at least where we have the intel of where it would be before the city fell. As you guys get ready to board the ship, you guys get that same almost weightless feeling, but almost like just being picked up gently and carried away, except you're on an elven ship this time, so it's even smoother than the previous one. It's taking you away, and I don't really know how else to describe it, other than as you cross over the void, you can look down, you see clouds below you, but the clouds every once in a while open up into just pitch black darkness, and you can't see anything past that. And then as you kind of get a little bit further away from the continent there, you see the island as it comes closer to you. And what time is it there? On the central time there?
Oh, it's midnight.
Midnight, okay.
Yeah.
So, hold up, let me make sure that this is...
We're usually up this late or later, so we're fine.
I know, I'm getting to the point where I'm like, because I've been up all night.
Oh.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Did you already add your silver crossbow bolts?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yeah.
Should.
Can you guys see or no?
No.
Darkness.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
I've come to talk with you again. It takes some effort, but I can still kind of talk normal with the teeth in.
Yeah, you have to like talk around the teeth.
Yeah, kinda. Gotta use words that don't move my bottom jaw or use my bottom lip.
Where are you?
Alright, I've updated all of my and Eek's weapons to have silvered, and I have given him 10 silvered arrows.
That didn't work, right?
Nope.
I still see darkness.
You guys see Far and Foss now, except for Jess, apparently?
Yeah.
And I don't have a token on this scene yet. Hiccups.
There's no tokens yet, so.
Okay.
Did that do anything there?
I can see stuff now.
Hold on. Yeah, I can see my token now.
Hold on, let me... Okay. Can you guys see the map at all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except for
Yeah, I can see right in front of me. Everything's dark, but right in front of me.
I see a pretty big area, so.
yeah. What? Why are you like so special? Everyone else can see everything.
I
If
can't.
move
Oh,
my
I can't
token,
see
it starts
everything,
highlighting.
but
I just have my sight lines.
yeah, same.
That's fine. Hold on.
Draco just must not have very good sight.
Okay.
Blind.
Did that?
Yeah, Dragonborn don't have dark vision. I just remembered.
Well, it's not dark, so. I have not made it dark.
No, I still
Wow.
got nothing.
Weird.
I still only see mine in each bubbles in a sea of darkness.
Yeah, same.
It's weird. Like, if I click on your characters, I can see what you're supposed to see, but it's weird.
I mean, luckily I have good vision, so I can see a really big chunk, but
You can't see anyone else?
no, I can see the other people.
Okay.
I can see myself, I can see Gorthon. I think Draco went behind somebody.
I think
Yep.
he's on top of you right now. Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
There,
there we go.
Cool.
Okay, now the whole map is available.
You guys are a little bit big for the actual scale of the map, but that's okay. It's mostly to kind of give you guys, like,
Okay.
place where you're going to be searching, and then kind of like the ideas and everything. However, I'm going to be honest, I don't have any encounters set up right now. So,
That's fine.
Okay.
I got to this point, I built everything, and I was like, I don't have enough time. I need to get some sleep, and then I laid down, I was like, oh crap, I gotta go bring breakfast to our new guy,
So it is almost 3 over here. That means we've been gaming for about 4 hours.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna call it.
Okay.
But I will let you guys know. I forgot to bring myself the schedule and everything for this next month. We have it. I just don't know when I work.
Fair.
However, it looks like, if I remember correctly, it's going to be a better, like, we can plan stuff out. Like, we'll have every other weekend off type of thing.
Good.
Okay.
And it'll work out so, like, the same way, I'll be staying up late, but same time period, pretty much every other Sunday we'll be able to make. Should be able to, because I think you're paired up with me, Corey. So, so tomorrow night I will work again, and you're working with me as well tomorrow night, right?
I believe so. That's what you told me. I lost track of my February schedule.
Yeah, we're all over the place right now. I know this last game was kind of drug out with everything, but I wanted to kind of build the story up for you guys and kind of, again, build kind of the importance of what everything else is that's going on. So
Get a little world building in.
Yep. And I know that I haven't really done that the last few games. It was more like the first game, and then this one now that it's the new chapter kind of building up to this. So, I hope you guys enjoyed it. And
Sometime getting around, seeing the people, talking to things, listening to you guys do your bit for a few minutes. That was nice. You guys are starting to get into the hang of it.
we'll probably try to keep some of the RP and the stuff with more combat as well. On top of that, as I get the hang of building personalities for the enemies and stuff like that too. So,
right.
Yeah. And Corey's right. You guys are getting used to the everything else. So this is a good
Thanks.
stopping point, and we will continue from here on. And let's see. I think we can figure out there are people to raid if we wanted to. Let's see.
Oh boy, let's see.
I think I've got some friends that are.
The
Actually,
Unexpectables are up.
I was gonna say, I think
they're doing their 5th edition conversion of like a modern style fantasy setting.
Let's see. Maybe. I also have Nodak, which is one of my friends in real life, that I mod his Discord channel for and his Twitch stuff. Let's see. Who do we
I've got an artist that I know who is currently streaming Divinity 2.
Let's see. I gotta go back to.
Another one doing Dead by Daylight. If there's anyone in the chat with any suggestions.
Yeah. Oh, Soy is, she was actually in the chat earlier. She just went live, I think.
Oh. Then.
So we can raid
Don't bother her for a bit.
I gotta go to, how do I do this? I actually know how to do this. It's just, it's a little bit more. It's a little bit different. Rating channel. There we go. We're rating Soy.
Adventure! Here we go!
Let's go.
Yeah.
She does Genshin Impact usually.
Gotcha.
And it didn't bring me over. That's weird.
Yeah.
Do you see hers?
It brought me over to her. Alright.
I hate all this stuff. Anyways, I'm gonna end my